Glad you could find the room. It wasn't the easiest. So I'm Philip Turner from UITP. I'm your expert stroke facilitator. I don't know whether that was done on purpose, but it's my role to run you through this breakout group session 1 on collective and non-motorised modes of transport. So we have a number of guiding questions for you, which we'd very much like to get your views on. I'll quickly run them past you, so we're all on the same page, and then pretty much open the floor to you. So the guiding questions for each breakout groups are all the same, but essentially, what are the opportunities, better practices, and actionable solutions for just energy transitions in the transport sector to urgently scale up mitigation ambition and implementation this decade on collective and non-motorised modes of transport? Second, what are the effective policies and measures implemented from a global perspective and country-specific experience for each of the respective subtopics? How are financial, technological, and capacity building needs addressed for each of the respective subtopics? How are the issues of international cooperation, including with non-party stakeholders, and the provision of support to developing countries addressed? And finally, how is sustainable development promoted, and what are the socio-economic effects under each of the respective areas? So it's energy transition, policies and measures implemented, financial, technical and capacity building needs, international cooperation and support, finally, sustainable development promoted, and the socio-economic effects. So that's the discussion topic. Pretty much the floor is all yours. So I warn you now, my eyesight is terrible. So if I start squinting around the room, it's not because I'm in a bad mood or anything like that. But we do have revolving mics around, so please just put up your flag and we'll get back to you as soon as we can. So please, feel free. Yes, Panama, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Basically, when I go through the guiding questions, one of the things that it's an opportunity is to develop cities that are more inclusive and more ready for non-motorized mobilization. The challenges for the cities that actually are right now built, it's very difficult to make that retrofit or rebuilding of these cities, and it's very important to also understand how to access finance to make these retrofittings, because sometimes it's seen as something that is not strictly related to mitigation and seems more like something from architects who typically are not involved in these issues. And generally, the discussions when it's about mobility bring engineers and bring people in the energy sector, in transport sector, and many times left out designers. And the city design pretty much defines how it's going to be the mobility in a city, in everywhere. Also, it's very important to organize and design the transport sector in a way that the different solutions can combine and work together. For example, we have a metro line, and it's electric, it's great. But then linking that metro with the last mile, and after you get off the metro, how you mobilize is still a challenge, and how to get to the metro that doesn't have the parking spots. And in the neighborhoods where people live, there's not public transportation from there to the main metro station. So that basically the people says, okay, I can't get to the metro, I will use the car. And if I can get to the metro, once I go all the way and get to the city, I can get the last couple of miles. So again, they prefer to use the vehicle. So solutions need to work together, like using bicycles. That's something that requires more support, and also a change in the mindset, because cities are, in our case, are not designed for going around in bicycles, and there's also no services that are provided for those who want to, rent a bicycle for the last mile. So we need to involve more the city designers. We need bring more finance to this retrofitting, and we need solutions that can combine and work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Samoa, you have the floor.
Thank you. Toyota from Samoa. Just a feedback from the presentations this morning that we have seen examples of non-motorized modes of transportation in very cold climate regions. And in some regions, such as the small island states, more specifically on Pacific Island nations, some of these modes of transportations are non-motorized, such as cycling and walking, are not favorable or possible due to weather conditions. And we'd like to, see other potentials of non-motorized options, and also the need to have a data collection on high temperatures are, going to the effect and the feasibility of having those non-motorized activities in the cold climate regions will be ideal if we do have some data on studies on those matters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to take the floor? Bhutan, please.
Hey, good afternoon. Hello? Hi, good afternoon. St. Kitts and Nevis.
Sorry, could we take Bhutan first and then?
Oh,
straight
sorry,
back
I didn't hear there was speaking.
No, sorry.
Apologies.
Thank you.
I'm Dawa from Bhutan. And just quickly, we've seen a lot of presentations this morning, and a lot of discussions also went into when it comes to having ideas thrown and then best practices, discussion of best practices. And one of the key elements I found is that when you talk about resource efficiency and having non-motorized modes of transport, I think it is to integrate the vehicles and the planning aspect together. Like, for example, having the land use, city plan, the urban city transport system planning integrated with the objective of having green transport or decarbonization of the transport together. Oftentimes what we do is we separate the two and end up with something that doesn't work on the ground.
Thank you very much. St. Kitts and Nevis, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. St. Kitts and Nevis has the ambition of becoming a fully sustainable island state, and part of that includes non-motorized modes of transportation. We are giving consideration for putting in corridors for persons to be able to walk and also for cycling. But the challenge is, of course, some of the existing corridors do not necessarily have the space for us to adequately do that. So there has to be some alternative means of actually doing some infrastructure upgrades and changes to land, and also being able to enact that into building code.
Thank you very much for that. Would anyone else like to take the floor? Should I make a few statements? Okay, I think everyone has raised some quite significant challenges that are out there, and I think the need for integrated sort of planning, decision making, but also the collective sort of modes of transport itself, I think, has really come out in that point, but also some of the needs of access for finance. And so I think, you know, there are quite a lot of challenges that we've already identified out there. And I think some of the earlier parts of the discussion today was talking about some of the financial, technological and capacity building needs to be addressed in this area. Are there any particular views on that or any of the other questions which you see up on the screen? Brazil, please take the floor.
One of the key topics that we were discussing and talking here from the Brazilian perspective mostly is that sometimes we are talking about some policies that need better engagement from subnational levels of government. So this is one of the key barriers in our perspective, because these actors, they have different political times, different priorities, and sometimes it is quite difficult to make them interact with the perspectives from the national level policy for transportation or even energy transition. So this is challenging because we need to bring more momentum to those discussions so that these actions can come into better solutions for the population that lives mainly in the urban context. So this is something that we see as a key element, and we have some initiatives taking place worldwide, as we know that we have the C40 movement, for example. And those cities, they are quite engaged in better solutions, thinking about no motorized modes of transportation, for example. And this has been changing some of the perspectives for some cities in Brazil. But we see that those efforts are not being that complete because more policy levels and different sort of commitments should be taking place in order to deliver better results. So these different political moments and different policy priorities, it's sometimes a barrier to address the solutions that could be taking place in some context.
Please, Bhutan.
Thank you. Specific to the discussion point right now, in terms of financial, technological, and capacity needs, definitely. From the experience of Bhutan, I think the biggest barrier to the infiltration of electric vehicles and non-ICE vehicles mainly is from the financing perspective. The prices are just too high. And right now what we have in place is that tax incentives are given to electric vehicles, and then government had a EV initiative where then there was some incentive scheme to roll out passenger cars EV. And then we have some plans to have EV buses also in certain select cities. But then even with all these interventions, the pricing is a major barrier that has to be overcome, and finding solutions is key. And in terms of capacity building, I think capacity building is highly relevant and important because in the entire value chain, capacity building, even if you think about the grid adequacy in terms of the having charging stations for EVs, having people trained to handle the charging stations and having the grid adapt to the needs of EV, having smart meters, having app-based monitoring of EV charging. Those are things I think the capacity building is highly relevant. And in terms of technological needs, I think from Bhutan's perspective, I mean, in case of Bhutan, since we are not a manufacturing center, we have to depend on the technology that is coming in from other countries, and that way sometimes it can be an advantage and sometimes a disadvantage in that the best of the technologies do not come to developing countries, and sometimes it is the leftover or the something that becomes fast outdated, and then to keep pace with what is happening in the world, that is one of the barriers, and that has to be overcome. Thank you.
There's a guy right at the end. Sorry, Yemen, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. For my view on this, I think some have shared some of it. First, we need to design a city that targeting green. That's in the mind that we need to do a collective and non-motorized modes of transport. There should be, I think, a holistic approach. So you first develop like a public transport that's affordable to the people and easy, so they can leave their cars, let's say. Other thing is people behavior. People view that some culture that if you don't have a car, you are from lower standard. So changing the people behavior or their perspective about the car or owning the car is part of the process. For us in Yemen, I think we need more of the capacity building and technology transport. We don't have established public transport. Even it's possible to do it. It's not that hard, but we don't have it because I think we don't have the capacity building and the technology to do it. So I think finance and capacity building is necessary to switch to collective transport. That's some of the view we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The US, please.
Angela from the US. From our side, transport emissions, GHG emissions are the highest, contributing to 28% of all of our emissions. So it is something that we agree with everyone else that had mentioned that needs to be a holistic approach, shifting to public transport and promoting non-motorized options to make our cities more livable, healthier citizens, and reducing emissions. So definitely agree with that. On the other side of things, in terms of working collectively, the U.S. has a lot of ways that we provide support to other countries. So for example, we worked with one country to leverage funding through our resources and through philanthropies in order to establish a payment security mechanism that eventually will trickle down and help cities purchase e-buses. And then we also similarly have an initiative called the Zebin Emerging Markets Initiative, where we work with countries to bring the governments and the private sector to the table so they can have like more fruitful discussions of what they can do in order to unlock resources and scale up the adoption of ZEVs through the private sector. We also have an initiative called, or a partnership called the Global Climate Action Partnership. And in 2 different regions, there are areas of dialogues between different countries so that they can also talk amongst themselves and share like lessons learned, or potentially also talk about like how they can come together, if it makes sense to have sort of collective ambitions, is another space that we look to provide support. And then we also have other types of programs where we could leverage our resources through our national labs and provide like modeling type support for countries to understand what that could look like, if they were, or what the transition to ZEVs could look like. And then another example using our national labs is we supported a country with their RFPs for procurement of e-buses, so that they could understand exactly like what kind of specs are needed for their case in their countries. So just we have some resources that we like to use in order to help scale up and decarbonize the sector.
Thank you very much. Are there any others before I just pick up on that conversation? I think you've raised quite a lot of important points. I don't know what people will think about me because I don't own a car and I don't even know how to drive. It's because I grew up in a city with a public transport system that works so fluently and efficiently, so I never needed to own a car. But one thing I would like to pick up on some of the points that have been made, particularly about sort of this engagement with the local, sort of the city level and local stakeholders, because I used to work for the mayor's office, basically in London, doing transport, and you mentioned how it was like one of the challenges. Is that a similar challenge for all of you? And are there any sort of real key sort of lessons from an effective policy and measures that can be implemented on your country-specific experience, how you've enabled the local level, but also vice versa? Do you have any experience of that? I'd love to hear it. Brazil, please go ahead.
I'm here to say that we don't, unfortunately. But I think this might be the case of many countries, actually, because we are talking about countries that don't have the same modes of transport as developed countries has. So this is one issue that is quite different. And in Brazil, we have some pilot projects and initiatives in place, but they are not already translated into proven actions or situations where you can say, okay, this is a great model to go. For example, we have our main cities, São Paulo and Rio de Janeiro, thinking about redesigning the public spaces in order to have, for example, more bicycle roads, if I might say this way, so that they can offer different options for the population and reduce the demand for vehicles in the roads. But these are, we have a lot of internal discussions, especially because we are talking about some conflicts that raises in terms of uses of the public space in those big cities. And I think the main gap to be addressed, thinking about capacity building, is how to engage those local governments into proven and well-succeeded policies in different contexts. This is something that we should learn more. We don't have this proximity with many nice examples. We do have these coming into discussion for some cities, but again, it demands a lot of social dialogue because we are talking about rethinking the way we use the public spaces, and sometimes this is painful for some sectors, for some parts of the population, and sometimes we need to be careful about the real demands. More recently in Brazil, we have seen a boom of electric vehicles mainly those on 2 wheels, and they were really a hype in some cities, and because they grow up a lot, mainly because of the lack of national regulations about this sort of transportation. And nowadays we have, so I think these connections about driving policies and all the issues is one of the key aspects that should be that should be considered actually in terms of designing policies, because this has refrained new motorcycles, electric motorcycles, to be bought from the population because of the new regulations that were established because of the thinking about road safety and the rules that should be taken by every driver. So this is something that we should be in close cooperation to understand how other cities has adapted to these new technologies and how they can leverage or actually reduce the times people takes on commuting somehow. But this is something that I just wanted to bring into the discussion because I think this might be the case for many developing countries, and it should be considered as well.
Sure, thank you very much. That was really interesting. Appreciate it. So next on my list, I have Germany.
Maybe no. Oh, yeah. Thank you very much. I'm from Germany and then also speaking for the EU, of course. And yeah, I mean, coming from the beginning, we have to look at we have to. The IEA says we have to decrease emissions in transport by 25%. We have 15% emissions in transport. So the question is how we deliver on that, and we heard it a lot here. The cities play a major role, especially on collective transport, on non-individual, non-motorized transport, and I think the challenges are in cities quite comparable on one level. That is, you have to get the regional governments in place, and one thing to do that would be to incentive or to show the opportunities for collective transport, for reduced individual motorized transport, health opportunities. You have more space that you can use. Time savings. I mean, looking at major cities, and I think that is a problem that we have on all continents. How long we are standing in traffic jams, if you're in the individual transport, and of course you have to adjust and remodel the public transport. I think it's not so much about that you first have to design the city and then it can come. You have to redesign gradually, and you have to do this with the involvement of all the stakeholders, with a public debate. We have some experience in cities in Germany, for example, in Berlin, where there was public debate on how we could improve transport, also because our public transport providers said we cannot afford to have more people using it because it's already on a very much on the limit of the capacities. And then with the COVID pandemic, especially, there was a major move in introducing more bike lanes, for example, introducing more electric two-wheelers, introducing electric cabs that were minibuses, etc. And that had a major impact. And of course, digitalization for people just thinking about, do I need to commute? Can I work from home, for example, or do I need to do all the commutes I have to do? That all had impacts on people were actually realizing the opportunities of non-individual transport, and it had a big impact. And I think that is something how you could get local governments, how you could get the stakeholders involved. Another thing would be looking at, for example, incentives for company cars. that's also, especially in cities, a big problem. In Belgium, they introduced a new regulation where they would where you could shift the incentives you get for a company car to bikes, to not owning a car, getting even more incentives and higher salaries, so that people would refrain from getting a company car. And that has I think that has a major effect, because in the end, it's a behavioral change at most that we need here. And of course, the design, the capacity building, the technology building, that needs to come afterwards. But first, one essential item is that you need to get the people to want that. And that needs experience. And of course, it also needs the motivation of the regional governments. And I think you can get them mostly by showcasing to people what the opportunities are. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those insightful comments. Japan, please.
Thank you. I would like to add some comments on the importance of holistic approach as well as a dedicated communication with stakeholders. Already, I think U.S., Germany, and some other countries also address these kind of points, but it is important to shift the collective and non-motorized mode of transport. But by promoting this, yes, this will contribute to the GHG emission reduction. But on the other hand, there are disadvantages such as increased cost or even extended lead time. I'm speaking about like logistics issues. So, and who's going to bear the cost? And this will ultimately affect the consumer behaviors as well. So, in order to kind of overcome this trade-off, it is super important and so crucial to take into account the relevant stakeholders' perspectives, the table when setting up a policy outline. It is also important to proactively advocate the necessity, including like the campaigns or incentives to the consumers, such as launching a national movement or also providing like small incentives to consumers or any other companies that could help in that. So again, it's more about building up other people's argument, but Japan also, from our experience, believes that it's important to take into account the holistic approach and also dedicate communication with stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Panama, please, over to you.
Thank you. Part of the discussions remind me that vehicles are being used because they are in some way in some ways they have become a symbol of freedom and independence. And you know, a lot of people like to have that, and they see the vehicle like this provides me that freedom, that independence. If I'm going to use public vehicles, well, I can only go wherever I want if there's a route there, and during the times this service is available. And people want to be free to go wherever they want, whenever they want, and vehicles offer that freedom. So we have to somehow interact and try to change that mindset, because things like the pandemic also reinforced that. In the case of Panama, as you cannot use public transportation because there was crowding, people wanted to use the vehicles, and those who had vehicles had it a little bit easier because they could mobilize a lot easier and a lot safer in that case. Also, criminality is one of the issues that must be addressed, because if you're going to use public transportation, it must be safe and secure. If you have crime difficulties, then people will want to use cars instead of public transportation or bicycles. Also, it's important to get employers involved, because as it was proved during the pandemic, a lot of telecommuting can happen. But what we have seen is that many employers, as the pandemic has gone away, they have returned to you have to come. Regardless of whether you can do the job telecommuting, they have been like forced to bring back the employees when this could be avoided, and you can do the job and avoid traffic jams and emissions in that way. So we need to involve the private sector to understand they, with something as simple as providing telecommuting, can help reduce emissions. And also, when we talk about city planning, it's not just about planning the roads and the mobilization means, but the whole city must be planned. It was mentioned that every day more people want bigger vehicles. And when you think about a family, they want to move together. So if the city provides some services and some places for the kids to play, parks, it's easier to mobilize walking or going on bike. But if the cities not think that way, the parents have to take the kids long trips in car to go these places to have simple entertainment. The city must be planned in a way this can be accessed without the need of a vehicle. Also, for the local governments, they must be involved, of course. They need to strengthen their capacities, because many times the local governments get access to support, international support, but local governments sometimes has difficulties to get that. So it's important to get them involved and provide capacity to them. And also because building and designing these new cities, the sustainable cities, require a lot of capacity, not only to planning, designing, and having regulations, but also implementing this regulation, the permits that also allow to build this new infrastructure that is more sustainable, more integral, needs to be implemented, and the local governments need the capacity to understand and know how to implement this. And finally, many of these investments to retrofit the cities, sometimes they don't seem like a great investment, because who pays for that? You know, so the government basically has to pay for that and say, okay, this is for the benefit of the population, but financially it's not like a direct return if it's not well measured. So we need also studies that show how it can be the return, and this can be directly linked to avoiding sickness and deaths and all that. But we need that information, because that's what will support this kind of investment from the public sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got Papua New Guinea, over to you.
Thank you very much, facilitator. And a lot has been said by colleagues in the room regarding the some of the good things that will come out of the collective and non-motorized modes of transport. But what I'm about to raise may be something that is universal across all developing countries. We need a global survey on the use and impact of importation of cheap used vehicles. And I think that's very, very important, because as long as developing countries continue to access used vehicles being deployed to us through the means of trade, it won't change anything. One of the good things of the non-motorized modes of transportation is that you want to encourage a lot of people to also probably integrate an healthy lifestyle into what they do, but also at the same time, we need to seriously consider how do we deal with the global influx of used vehicles. And I was happy that
Germany and Japan spoke well before me, and they both spoke about behavioral changes. And for us in PNG, we are currently struggling with the continued increase of demand for used vehicles from Japan. And that is something we believe that through this dialogue we can collectively work together as countries to think about how about you, Japan, introduce a reform within your country that will restrict or incentivize companies from deploying used vehicles into developing countries. So it also compels the governments in those developing countries to look at how they can navigate through planning, building, and expanding their infrastructure. One of the common issues that is going to face a lot of developing countries is because, you know, Brazil and a number of countries in the room have mentioned how developed nations, they have the benefit of having good public transportation systems that we don't have. Now, with the population increase of most developing countries within the next 10 to 20 years, we're going to be faced with the current existing road infrastructure being bombarded with a situation where we now also have to be conscious of the safety and the security of the pedestrians, especially with the high voltage electricity infrastructure as well in the same space. And also, how do you manage the road traffic rules, especially with speed limits? And those are the things that needs to be integrated into the planning process. But to really trigger the discussion at the domestic front by countries and governments, we also need to pay attention to the deployment, the global deployment of used vehicles, and that's very important. And for the developed countries who are in this dialogue with us, I think that is a challenge, you know, your governments can look into in terms of how do you incentivize the private sector in your countries who are responsible for the deployment of used vehicles to our countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So next on my list is Samoa, please.
Thank you. I would just like to echo a few points that were made by my other colleagues and also by my colleague from PNG. And I think opportunities and best practices, as mentioned by yourself, are different per country and with specific context. But I would like to echo the importance of marketing of collective and non-motorized modes of transportation. And this can be pushed through the private-public partnerships. But what's more important, as my colleague from PNG mentioned, is the safetiness of community. And as I mentioned, the safetiness through the use of public transportation that needs to be implemented in an integrated safe system approach for the safetiness of the use by the public. Given the importance, especially for our small island nations with small land and do not have the resources to be able to cater for new constructions of a bike lane or a new construction of a railway to transport our people from one place to another. But also given that our population are sparsely located in the rural areas, so community is very important when it comes to public transportation safetiness. So we need to have road safety audits and constructions and public transport standards and regulation when it also comes to these non-motorized modes of transport. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got St Kitts and Nevis, please.
Thank you very much. Interestingly, my colleagues here from Samoa touched on some of the points I already was going to speak on, because your comment, Philip, in terms of growing up in the city of London and never having to really take a driver's license or driver's own. Unfortunately, in Caribbean islands, for example, all persons have to learn how to drive, and we do not have like a majority of the population living and working within the city areas. So, as my colleague here from Samoa said, some persons live in the rural areas, and therefore transportation requires the SUV type that has off-road capability just to go home every day and get back into work. But one other consideration as well that may be something that we may not necessarily look at sometimes is the impact of climate change. For example, us in the islands who are exposed to hurricanes and severe storms for a significant number of months every year. Depending on the public transport system, doesn't necessarily give you that sense of security for if you have to move during a severe storm or during a period of time where public transport might not be operational. So having that sort of independence and a vehicle with that capability is something that persons do not want to give up. Thank you.
Well noted, and rest assured, I wouldn't recommend anyone to be like me. So don't worry about that. The next one, I've got Yemen down, please.
Just want to add a point on the social effect. If we consider that we want to transit to public transport, we may face the social effect will be one. The positive one is that it will be more affordable to be able to transport from place to place. But the other thing is the worker who work in the current transport system mostly will lose their job. So if we transit maybe one big bus or one, we will lose like 10 people job. So we have to take this into account. Also, the downside of the, maybe in case of Yemen, if we transfer to public one, it will become more time. The time to if now I want to move from city to the city, I just go to the bus stop and I will find small car to go. But if there's a big bus, it will take more time, like 2 hours of waiting, because the other thing that our friend mentioned, the freedom of the people, they want to go on the other side. Other point in the building capacity, I think sometimes technology transfer to the developing country goes the wrong way, because we take an old system that was developed in the developed country and we start to implementing now. So what I'm saying is we should build urban experience. We should use the most newest, the most new technology out there to implement it in the developing country to cut time of the developing system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As we enter our final 5 minutes, I have 2 more speakers down. And the first one is Mauritius, please.
Thank you. In fact, I believe that there is a need to have effective policies and measures so as to promote the use of EVs across the world. But I also believe that we need to monitor and evaluate those policies regularly to ensure that they are effective. And in the long term, we need to learn from that because it is a learning curve, and to review our policies regularly, and also how to have the better fiscal incentives or even financial support from other funding agencies so as to enhance the promotion of the use of EVs. So that is from me. And my colleague also will.
If I may add something in Mauritius, so to shift from private car use to public transport. So in Mauritius, I think it's one of a few countries where public transport is free for senior citizens. So one of the strategies that we can resort to is to make public transport more affordable, and on the other side, make private transport more expensive in terms of, for instance, in Mauritius, fuel prices are quite very high because we had a lot of taxes in it. So the price structure makes it less affordable to use private transport. But for public transport to be effective, we need to have, for instance, Mauritius, one of the challenges is that we are very small, we are land constrained. So we have difficulties in having dedicated lanes for two-wheelers. So that needs to be taken care of when designing public transport policies, especially for small countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got the USA down.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank everyone for what I think has been a really valuable sharing of kind of ideas and experiences and information. It's been really helpful. I think I'm just going to kind of respond to a little bit of what has been said. And first of all, I had a really interesting comment that developed countries all have great public transit infrastructure, and I wish that was the case so much for the United States. I know a lot of people are very familiar maybe with New York, which truly does have great public transit infrastructure, but if you go to a lot of the other cities, it is truly terrible or non-existent. And a big lesson learned from the United States in our experience is the problem of infrastructure lock-in. And so, for instance, I grew up in the New York City area and used to very good public transit. Many of my friends never learned to drive or anything. Then, when I was in college, my parents moved to North Carolina, a city called Raleigh, where there's no public transit, and the idea of not having a car is just non-existent. So these problems do vary a lot in the U.S., and I think, again, part of this is the way our cities were designed when these decisions were made, in many cases for us in the 1950s. The decisions made in the 1950s on where you're putting highways or where you're doing something for this, like, has really affected, even to today, the public transit options in different cities. So that's kind of been a major lesson for us. And another thing that I kind of want to acknowledge and think about is the link between behavioral change and infrastructure availability. And that's something that I think is pretty key. So in long term, what I just discussed with the highway system in the US, but kind of short term, two quick examples. So first, COVID, kind of the COVID shock to the system in terms of did lead to some behavioral change in a lot of the US cities where people cleared parts of the streets in places like New York where there was parking for outside activities, put in bike lanes and things where you're outside, and that has encouraged a lot of biking and things like that. And then two, related to biking again, this idea of bike lanes. So in the United States, it was honestly terrifying growing up to bike in New York. But now, honestly, the simple act of just painting lines has really made biking a much more prevalent thing. I remember growing up in New York City area, never saw bikes because people were terrified of it. Once you had a dedicated lane, as simple as just basically you didn't expand the road, you just took where some of the parking was and you painted a white line, people felt a lot safer. It's starting to build on each other. It's creating more demand for the biking. Once there's the lanes, people start biking, then say, okay, we need to have more dedicated bike lanes, put in a barrier, but these things kind of start to build on each other. So there's that link. Thanks.
I know it says 3 o'clock on my watch here, but still I want to give the Cook Islands the opportunity to say a few words. Thank you.
Hi, I was just going to get back to our friend from Papua New Guinea. What the Cook Islands have in place is a fee, a removal fee. So if you're importing a vehicle, additional to that cost is a removal fee. If it's more than 1 year old, you pay either 20% of the value of the car plus the VAT on top. So it's in terms of bringing in new cars, all of that is free. 1 year's old, just as an example, 2 cars, similar models. One was brand new and the other one was second hand. The second hand one was more expensive than the brand new one, just because of the additional tax and fees that you pay on it. Yeah, and that was just about it. There's other things that they do, but in terms of EVs, they're slow to pick up on anything but the same as every other vehicle. It's free if it's brand new, then you'll still pay that 20% or $3,000 depending on what it cost. So it's just a way of looking at improving the current system of policy to allow these things to happen.
Okay, well, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank you all ever so very much. Been incredibly insightful for myself, and so a big thank you from me. So that's the end of this session. You guys are staying here. I'm running off, and I believe you're going to be discussing the energy and resource efficiency in transport sector breakout group next. So again, thank you and have a great day.
Um, Tubwa, am I correct with the name? Do you know if this is the right session or the organizers, please? Can anyone hear me?
Hi, everyone. This is Ghanem Hablil. I'm a senior negotiator covering mitigation with the COP 28 incoming presidency. My colleague Ken.
This is Kenichi from the University Secretaries. Thank you for joining this session.
All right, so I assume I don't have to go over the procedures, and it would be the same as in the previous session. I'm going to go over the guiding questions again. We're going to focus on energy and resource efficiency in the transport sector. So the first question of the guiding questions is, what are the opportunities, best practices, and actionable solutions for just energy transitions in the transport sector to urgently scale up mitigation ambition and implementation in this critical decade in each of the respective subtopics? So the focus of this room would be energy and resource efficiency. What are the effective policies and measures implemented from a global perspective and country-specific experiences for this particular subtopic? How are financial, technological, and capacity building needs addressed for this respective subtopic? How are the issues of international cooperation, including with non-party stakeholders, and provision of support to developing countries addressed? And finally, how is sustainable development promoted, and what are the socioeconomic effects in this particular subtopic of energy and resource efficiency? So we're going to open the floor to interventions. Panama, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I think there's a lot of opportunities, and there are a lot of things that I would like to address. One of the opportunities is the capacity building. The use of electrical vehicles represents an opportunity for our country to promote capacity building and provide capacity building to other countries in the area, with maybe the development of an institution to create that workforce that needs to know how to provide services for electrical vehicles. That's an opportunity, because it's at the same time a challenge that that companies face when they try to figure out, okay, where are we going to get the workforce for electrical vehicles maintenance, operation, and in general, it's a challenge for internal combustion engines, and for electrical vehicles is an even more pressing matter. Also, one of the main things about our country is importing vehicles. We do not manufacture vehicles. So we consider, and we discussed this early in the morning, the importance of setting standards on vehicles. And it was mentioned by one of the countries that these standards must be on both ways. The countries that produce vehicles, manufacture vehicles, must have standards for what they are exporting, making sure they are not dumping those vehicles that may not be suitable for their country as developed country. They still manufacture this kind of vehicles because they can import it to developing countries. So we need standards on the manufacturing countries, and in our countries we need to set standards to make sure we don't introduce vehicles that are not efficient, or basically use vehicles that basically shouldn't be running anymore. And in this area of setting standards, again, capacity building is needed, not only to set and choose which standard are you going to set, understand how to implement it, and also it requires capacity to measure emissions and make sure that if there's a label, you gotta measure and make sure this label is correct, and the efficiency that is in the label is the efficiency that actually the vehicle is producing or is having. Also, when we talk about these topics, we also talk about just energy transition, and that comes to mind like what is just in this case, because the manufacturing of vehicles requires a lot of minerals, and when you see in many occasions these minerals come from developing countries, poor countries, and basically they're exploded, the minerals, they are exported, then is manufactured, and then the vehicle is sold to these same countries, and sometimes it's not even sold there because it's too expensive for them. So maybe if we can change and invest more in these countries, so where there is the resource, there's also the manufacturing and the production that could bring jobs, new jobs, and create wealth for the countries that has the resource. Also, the importance of measuring the carbon footprint of every product, and in this case, vehicles like any other product should have a carbon footprint measure, because in our case, we import vehicles, and it's not the same to import a vehicle that was manufactured or assembled in Mexico, in Colombia, than bring one that was assembled in China, because just the shipping represents a lot of emissions. So if you have a label that measures and indicates the carbon footprint of the product, in this case of the vehicle, that can help you to, one, understand what is your impact when you are bringing that vehicle, and second, it allows you to later put some standards or regulations that either prohibit certain amount of carbon footprint or tax that the carbon footprint of some vehicles because it's just too big. But again, it needs capacity building to understand how to measure, how to do the conformity assessment, to understand that what you are implementing is actually having the proper results. And also, it's very important that the disposal of vehicles, we have to look at the complete cycle. We need to improve capacities to dispose these materials of the vehicles. More importantly, not just dispose, but once the life cycle has ended as a vehicle, the materials, they still have residual value. We need to improve our capacities to get that value and not just dispose it and throw it out, and make sure we can recycle and implement a real circular economy and take as much value as we can from these vehicles, in this case, or any materials, to make sure we are using efficiently the resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Panama. Papua New Guinea.
Thank you very much. And it's very timely that we're looking at these questions at the backdrop of the sessions that we had in the morning. And Panama has started off our conversations very well by outlining some of the challenges that we all face. But I think for the specific question regarding energy and resource efficiency, especially in the land transport sector, we could learn from how far the International Civil Aviation Organization has actually progressed with their basket of measures. And from the 4 items in the basket of measures, 3 would be very relevant to our dialogue. That is technology, operations, and infrastructure. And the labeling issues and requirements raised by Panama, if you look at how ICAO over the past decade has approached their decarbonization program, they gave very specific instructions to the manufacturers on what they're supposed to do, especially to their aircraft manufacturers. So you will see that the global transition in the aviation sector is a classical reflection of the leadership by ICAO. So that's my first point. We could learn from that in terms of how the manufacturers can actually take leadership in this space. The second point that was briefly mentioned by Panama, and it's very important for countries like Papua New Guinea, is the sustainability and the future use of critical metals and materials. And they will be very, very important to the energy transition work, especially for the global land transport sector. We're not only looking at lithium batteries, but other metals that will be needed for other renewable energy technology, even the high voltage infrastructure, electricity infrastructure, because when you look at the deployment of electric vehicles into most countries, you will still need the source of energy, which will have to come either from the main grid source or even an off-grid source. And one of the important issues that, and I believe this dialogue is very useful for us and also for most of the countries, because we are all WTO members as well, is the issue of technology patentships and IPR challenges. And as much as this is a topic that we're addressing under a different forum, moving forward, we can't deny the fact that the UNFCCC and the WTO needs to establish a very strong relationship in terms of moving this, all our global efforts forward. And finally, which is very important for us, most of the developing countries, is, and I'm really glad that the session prior to this one, I raised an issue regarding the influx of imported vehicles into countries and how we can incentivize the consumers who are, they lead in terms of personal choices when it comes to the importation of used vehicles. And the distinguished delegate from the Cook Islands gave an example of a de-incentivization fee that they charge, and it now also gives us a sense of appreciation that, this is an issue that we can address twofold. The developed countries who are also transferring those technologies, they can look at how they regulate or reform the space in which their private sector operate. But also for us developing countries, I think we need to also introduce tough penalties on the importation of used vehicles, and I would like to thank the Cook Islands for giving that example earlier. Thank you.
Thank you, Papua New Guinea. Burkina Faso.
Okay, thank you. As an opportunity, our country, Burkina Faso, has a low carbon strategy that set out the country decarbonization guidelines up to 2050. For the transport sector, the key area for decarbonization include the development of the public transport, the development of electric vehicles, the construction of appropriate infrastructure, and adoption of legal instruments to promote low-emission transport. Thank you.
Thank you, Burkina Faso. The United States.
Just a quick example from the US, that we currently have nearly 74 million in funding from President Biden's bipartisan infrastructure law for 10 projects to advance technologies and processes for EV battery recycling and reuse. With the demand for critical minerals, such as lithium and graphite for battery materials, and this is projected to increase by as much as 4,000% in the coming decades. This latest round of funding supports the recycling and reuse segment of the domestic battery supply chains, and this will help accelerate battery production in the US and mitigate battery supply chain disruptions and also create more good paying jobs. And then I'm going to hand it to my colleague to talk about other.
Yeah, I'm going to continue talking about critical minerals for a minute, and I guess this kind of builds off the second question of what are effective policies and measures implemented on energy and resource efficiency in the transport sector. And this has been a very, first of all, just the US is extremely supportive of countries developing their critical minerals resources and moving up the value chain, processing in country and things like that. But we're running into serious issues of how to try and talk about cleaning these supply chains in a way, both in terms of emissions and on local environmental impacts. So, I mean, we understand there's a lot of pressure to develop these as fast as possible, and there's a lot of demand. We saw the IEA EV report talking about how EVs are reaching a tipping point. There's a lot of new demand for all these minerals, but I guess we're very concerned about, again, infrastructure lock-in in terms of locally environmentally polluting and high emissions technologies, which decreases some of the point of using these technologies in the first place. But again, efforts to try and address this have been extremely complicated. So for example, we'll tell partner countries, we would really like low emission, I mean, we'll say our car companies have net zero commitments on emissions, they're trying to clean their supply chain, we want low emissions processing of minerals, environmental standards, but then we'll hear back, I mean, understandably, they'll say, we can't do this because we'll lose market share and other countries are not doing this. And, well, you need to have some sort of demand signal. Can't you implement some sort of way of advantaging environmentally friendly products, which in practice is something like a carbon border adjustment mechanism, which then we hear in the same countries in other contexts saying, oh, you're trying to restrict our development by doing these types of policies that are promoting low emissions goods, and that's obviously not the intention of those type of policies. It's to clean the supply chains, but we're stuck in a contradiction in many cases of the saying that we want the cleaner minerals, but the way to get that is then again certain policies that provide demand signals. So I think everyone is obviously very interested in having resource efficiency, and this is the whole topic on having in the critical mineral sector, for instance, the lowest emissions possible, but how do we actually implement that in practice as a global community relies on, I guess, some degree of getting through this contradiction. And that's kind of all I'll say on the topic for now. Thanks.
Thanks to colleagues from the United States. Brazil.
Thank you. We would like to share some of our experiences in Brazil about energy efficiency in the transport sector. Brazil has long-term policies for energy efficiency, including those that are related for vehicles. So we have some special laws that define that cars should be addressed with some labeling that enables the final consumer to know if that vehicle has better energy efficiency or not, if it consumes more energy or fuels or not. So it allows them to get better information about deciding if purchasing that specific car or not. Nowadays, we are reformulating this program because we feel like it is going to be necessary to address the needs that comes from electric vehicles as well, and the standards are going to change, thinking about that the fuel is also changing. So talking about electric vehicles, one of the key issues then, thinking about resource efficiency, it's not possible to move forward without discussing the role of critical minerals in this process and agreeing with our colleagues from Panama that we should be looking for a better discussion about this topic. Brazil has many of the mining areas of the world for many of those minerals that are used, and we have many difficulties of getting access for financing for sustainable mining, for example. This is one of the key issues that we should be looking for. And also for technical and technical assistance and bilateral cooperation, and this sort of capacity building to understand which are the best practices that should be put in place. We are not getting access to those efforts worldwide, and this is something that we should be considering if we want to go into that direction. We also have some concerns about batteries lifespan for electric vehicles, mainly. This is something that research, development, and innovation should be pursuing, since they are less efficient and less than the current ones. And also some concern about resilient supply chain. We should be looking for diversifying the ways and countries that are assembling those batteries and preparing those new vehicles to these discussions. And one last issue that I would like to bring to this as a contribution is to bring the topic of life cycle analysis. If we take into consideration the whole life cycle of an electric vehicle, the results might be quite different if we consider, for example, those vehicles that are fueled by ethanol or other biofuels. This is something that we should be pursuing. It demands a greater discussion, and I will pass the floor to my colleague from Brazil.
Thank you, and very much complimenting Mariana. I'm going to be addressing the very important question around the urgently scaling up mitigation ambition and implementation in this critical decade. Because when we talk about urgency, we are dealing with a situation in which we need to act faster and with greater scale than what network effects would allow naturally in the private sector to take a central role. So in terms of really acting with urgency, we must be very clear that we do need government interventions to really provide the urgency and scale. And then we see that a lot has been done in developed countries. Resources are already there in terms of finance, technology, and capacity building. And the way in which global supply chains are structured actually fosters the concentration of resources in developed countries, which also talks to us and reveals this challenge that we have in terms of breaking this path dependence that leads the fight against climate change to counter the Sustainable Development Goals. And then I will be addressing the last point, especially SDG 10, that mandates the international community to address inequalities both within and among countries. So we do have already, as we saw in the introductory remarks, in the introduction presentation, a lot of very exciting examples happening in developed countries. But a lot of that, including some very exciting news that our US colleagues have raised, even in developed countries, massive policy interventions are already in place, including the Inflation Reduction Act, the Infrastructure Acts, and also in Europe, the Green New Deal. So this only testifies and confirms the fact that for developing countries also to contribute to this urgency, they need unprecedented policy and government interventions from the international community at the international level in terms of channeling international support, finance, technology, and capacity building to break this path dependence. So we are talking here in terms of urgency and scale about really massive international packages for developing countries for this transformation to happen. But another change that we also need to do is the way that we do international cooperation, because the way that it's done now, it mostly disregard local peculiarities and needs and priorities of developing countries. And a lot of times, international cooperation comes with conditionalities that makes a lot of international support not sustainable in the long term. So if we are indeed to change this and lead to see some transformation, we need to invert this logic so that international resources are channeled through mechanisms that are designed locally, designed nationally, that are nationally determined, and that comes without conditionalities and fully respect the needs and priorities of developing countries and not the other way around. Thank you.
Thanks to colleagues from Brazil. Next is St. Kitts and Nevis.
Thank you very much. So on the conversation of preparation for the proliferation of electric vehicles, what we have learned in our experience is the need for grid capacity infrastructure development and investment in that, particularly to enable efficient operation of the grids. And we have seen the need to invest, for example, in the deployment of AMI infrastructure and the associated monitoring, control, and information mechanisms surrounding that, thereby ensuring that the investment is able to then be recouped and ensuring that the energy that's required for electric vehicles is actually being efficiently transmitted and distributed. Otherwise, there are going to be certain technical and non-technical losses that will be incurred, which then end up to then cause an overall not achieving the overarching goal of emission reductions, etc.
Thanks to St. Kitts and Nevis. Next is Mauritania.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to talk specifically about electrical vehicle. For me, just energy transition start with access to electricity for our rural areas before talking about electrical vehicle, because we don't have that many vehicle in our country. A country of 1 million square kilometers and with 4 million people. But I will talk about more for our strategy on green hydrogen. We have a potential of 70 gigawatts of green hydrogen, and we have signed MOU with different corporate, Chariot, Total, BP, and the most promising is by probably 2028, we'll start something, probably 10 giga. And this is production of energy from solar, wind, production of ammonia, hydrogen, and other derivatives. But the most important thing is what we have done as a country so far is we have produced more than 200 megawatt on solar, on windmill, and hydro with regional, with along the Senegal River, and we're contributing around 38% of our energy mix. So I think that we're starting from somewhere. So along this conversation, probably I will intervene a little bit to ask for more questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mauritania. Germany.
Thank you very much. On the efficiency, and I think there was a lot of discussion in the room that is not only about fuel efficiency to us, but overall efficiency, including more efficient routes, better transport mode designs, improvement of energy and resource efficiencies, including indirectly linked elements, behavioral elements. We talked about this in the last session as well, alternative modes and technologies, the avoidance of commuting. so we need more intelligent transport system. That is vital, I think. And that also needs, and we talked about this in the session before, that we include all the relevant stakeholders in the discussion to develop transport plans and designs that make best use of the most efficient way of transport on all areas. On the discussion that we had, I think many very important challenges and issues were raised. Maybe just some examples from the EU. We just introduced new emission performance standards for new cars, aiming at passenger cars and light-duty vehicles going net zero by 2035 in a stepwise approach. And we're also currently discussing on heavy-duty vehicles, aiming to go net zero as well, still under discussion. On the issue of critical minerals, I think this is a challenging and very important issue that we need to address. But we also need to take into account that critical minerals are not just a problem of electric vehicles. They are in every vehicle. And we have to address this on a cooperative, especially on a sustainable basis. And we would really much agree to that. And we're also currently looking into updating our Clean Vehicles Directive. That also is looking into exporting used cars and at least looking into not exporting or making it eligible to export used cars that are not roadworthy. It is still under discussion, but I guess this is very much coming. It is also introducing recycling thresholds that needs to be kept. For example, having at least 25% of recycled plastics in new cars, and I think this is that is a directive we are now updating, and I think this is an ongoing process, especially if you want to go to and reach net zero cars by 2035. We are also updating another directive where we're looking at that only cars that are net zero built from 2026 are to be seen as clean cars with all the benefits and incentives you could get in the EU. And there are just some examples, and I think the whole idea here is you need the holistic approach that not only looking in international regulations, looking in, for example, here it is the whole EU, but also looking in international cooperation and how we work together to have a sustainable approach on car manufacturing. Yeah, leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany. Next is Bhutan.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to share a situation from Bhutan, an example. When it comes to energy and resource efficiency, so Bhutan being hydro-rich, our energy supply is, the power supply particularly is only from hydropower, which is green energy. And electricity reach has been accomplished to the tune of 99.9, which is close to 100%. And in terms, in the transport sector, we not only import vehicles, which is, we don't have a single manufacturing unit, we import all of our vehicles in the country, but we also import the petroleum fuels, which is also 100% imported from other countries. So it makes a lot of sense for Bhutan to go for electric vehicles. But even so, we have issues like, for example, the key issues that, if I may highlight, is the affordability. I think it's still, there are many different issues, but then the key issue of affordability still rings true. And another issue is the battery lifespan, and not just in terms of the time scale, but also in terms of having to shell out a major investment in about 7 to 10 years. I think it's a key deterrent in terms of adopting electric vehicles, even when it makes so much sense to have electric vehicles as opposed to ICE, where you have to depend on import. And another key issue is the need for infrastructure in terms of having the charging stations in the right places for people to have access to, and that is a key issue that we are still grappling with. And from a global scale, I agree with our colleague from Panama who said, out of many things that he said, one thing rings very true is the need to have minimum standards, not just for the manufacturing countries, like you said, also for the importing countries. So a country like Bhutan, I think it has a huge impact on the kind of, in terms of having a kind of import policy in place, especially in the transport sector, so that we have a certain minimum standards for energy efficiency, as well as having quality standards. And in terms of having our what the government is doing in terms of having a roadmap or a vision in place for decarbonization of energy sector, it's not that we don't have anything. Of course, we do have certain policies like the transport policy and energy efficiency and conservation policy, where we have laid down our vision. And most recently, we are developing a green hydrogen roadmap and an EV roadmap. While we have very ambitious goals, but as I said, the major basic, I think, the issues or the barriers still looms very large for a small country and a developing country like Bhutan.
Thank you, Bhutan. Next is Samoa.
Thank you. I think Germany has mentioned this. I just wanted to echo again the point he made on, because in the presentations in the morning, they were talking about making vehicles lighter so that they can pollute less and making the vehicles more ready to disassemble for recycling purposes after their end of life. So just want to echo that point. But also echo the point that cities will benefit from the use of wide-scale smart grids and include bilateral EVs charging functions. So when they can be charged in areas of surplus in the energy supply and use it as storage at time during energy scarcity. From that, we need to improve capacity and technology transfer for both car mechanics and also at grid structure technicians. And at the grassroots level, we need knowledge on all these aspects, especially in the transport sector for our small island developing states. Thank you.
Thank you, Samoa. Yemen?
Thank you. For the energy efficiency and resources, I understand that we need efficient use of the current transport system. So I would say the circular economy is the best, that the manufacturing has to put in mind the process of recycling the product or the car while manufacturing at first. So they used an easy part to replace, so the car will be recycled easier and more green, let's say. So my point is the circular economy here is the best option for the manufacturing, while designing the car or the vehicle from the start should put the recycling as an important decision in the design. Thank you.
Thank you, Yemen. Brazil?
Thank you. And we are just taking the floor again since we have time. But we failed to also elaborate a little bit more on the sustainable development requirement, and very much building on other comments about the need to ensure energy access for all, and just the fact that when talking about how to move the needle, when we want that mission in developing countries, negative incentives many times they risk putting environmental consideration at the expense of economic and social considerations, which is a trade-off that could put our fight against climate change in contradiction with our overarching mission to promote sustainable development. So in developing countries, rather than negative incentives, positive incentives are crucial because they would provide for a way to foster environmental objectives aligned with the need for social inclusion and economic growth.
Thank you, Brazil. Japan.
Thank you very much. Speaking about energy and resource efficiency, it is important to accelerate the R&D or setting recycling regulatory framework, such as setting responsibility on car owners, producers, dismantling operators as a whole, which would contribute to the resource efficiency as well as a life cycle assessment. And I think a lot of them have been already said, so adding some other angle before the argument is closed. Perhaps one of the first steps is in terms of energy efficiency, is the visualization of the efficiency itself and to identify the bottleneck of how inefficient part could be improved. There is a technology that allows it, how we use cars or how we use other technology, and that's has also been used in international corporation cases as well. So this kind of visualization and identifying where the bottleneck is probably quite a significant impact in terms of energy efficiency. And another point to raise is that it is also important to set up a framework so that subnationals could proactively set up a decarbonization plan, including that of transport system. We heard a lot about infrastructure, such as the charging points, how many, where to build it. But in many cases, it's the subnational who has the most needs and understand where it's the best. So engagement with subnationals are very critical. In preparing the plan, some subnationals could, in our experience, establish a private-public partnership, including local banks as well. So there could be like a approach to procure finance as well. And the central government could play a significant role by providing a supporting push, something like an incentives for the subnationals who have a good plan. So this approach allows both the flexibility in addressing the local constraints as well as the autonomy of the subnationals. So this is another point to add to the argument. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. Next is Ringo. Your mic is off. Your mic.
Hello, thank you. Thanks again for the opportunity. My name is Serpil Guran, Rutgers University Eco-Complex Clean Energy Innovation Center. I am expressing our views for our university and also for our center, not a constituency of Ringo, but we're part of Ringo. Wonderful ideas have been discussed in this session. That especially for the energy and resource efficiency in the transportation sector obviously requires changing business as usual. For the business as usual change, we need innovation. We need new technologies, timely decision making, right? And so basically, equally, we have to push the technology and innovation into the market space, but also we need equally strong policy pull for diffusing the innovation into the marketplace in the resource efficiency and energy efficiency. Obviously, we need energy justice, so everyone needs affordable access to affordable clean energy, first of all. And then resource efficiency when you're manufacturing the transportation, new transportation solutions. And obviously, It's already mentioned many steps, but especially I have to underline the need for recycling batteries. For this, most importantly, we need innovation, and we need to support small business incubation and acceleration programs so that new ideas can hit the marketplace. Thank you.
Thank you, Ringo. We have a virtual intervention. All right, Carla, Johan, can you hear us?
Yes.
All right, any reflections based on the interventions that you've heard so far?
Yes, thank you. So I'd like to start by doing a bit of a summary of what we've heard in this session and bring in what I heard in the previous one just to complement all the different discussions that we've been having. First, it sounds like every consideration that we propose and that countries take forward need to always consider the country contexts. We heard about the differences between cities and rural types of interventions, as well as national and subnational measures. But that includes also the imports versus manufacturing side of the equation as well. The first step, of course, in any country, and this is bringing us to the level of development that there is of course energy access. But I would stress that this still needs to be considered within the larger scheme of things. So we need to be able to look into the future and include all the different policies and so on as the countries are going to be part of those transitions to low carbon systems. We learned there's a need to have lots of story sharing and success story sharing, international support that needs to go in hand with capacity building, more data, more innovation and competition, as well as designing finance interventions, accessing finance for the necessary interventions as well, and creating the policies that enable this environment to occur and this change to occur. I like that this session brought in the aspects of environmental, economic, and social goals coming together, as well as talking about the global supply chain and understanding really the aspect of circular economy. So I think we're in a good place, and I would encourage all members to take this summary into account as they move forward in designing the changes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Carla. Johan, did you have anything to add?
Great summary, Carla. I think it was highlighted that there would be an enormous pressure on minerals, so it's really important to actually build sustainable supply chains and also avoid that we get an unfair competition as we ensure that this is being built in a good way. It was also highlighted that, of course, when we build the new battery industries, that it's constructed from the beginning to be able to handle recycling at the start, of course. It's built in the correct way. I think it was also highlighted that it's really important in terms of import and export restrictions to avoid dumping of old cars, which can become a difficulty for countries which are cars which are not roadworthy and also cause a lot of emissions. So that has to be avoided. Of course, the basis is access to clean energy for every person on the planet. So that has to be the foundation. Finally, I think it was mentioned that innovation and scaling will be so incredibly important. And there is really an opportunity for developing countries to take a leading position in many areas, since they might not have the legacy of a lot of fossil infrastructure as far as I see it. Thank you.
Thank you, Johan. And with that, we're good to close. So thank you for your interventions and for sharing your views. And I look forward to discussing those with you in more detail at LOCA this evening, with the exception of Carla and Johan, who are not going to be there. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope everybody is enjoying their time. For this workshop, we're going to try to look at, of course, we're still focused on shifting to low or zero carbon fuel. And for this round, I think we're going to talk about the effective policies and measures, those that are implemented from a global perspective, but also from a country-specific angle. And then talk a little bit about the financial, technological, and capacity build requirements to make this happen. And then how are the issues of international cooperation, including non-party stakeholders and provision of support to developing countries, are going to be addressed in the long term. And how is sustainable development promoted, and what are the socioeconomic effects under each of the respective subtopics. My name is Amir, and I'm here with my colleague Gurbos, right? Yes, and we're happy to facilitate this workshop this afternoon. So with that, I'll open the floor for thoughts and reflections on the topic. Thank you. Maybe if you have a question or a thought or some experience to share, maybe you can flip your name plate. Okay, very good. So let's get started with Brazil.
Thank you so much. Considering the topics that are under discussion during this round, we do believe that it is possible to shift to low carbon or zero carbon fuels, but we have some considerations about which are the possible ways to do so. First of all, we would like to contribute to the discussion claiming the role of diversity and thinking about diversity of energy resources that could be explored in terms of delivering what the world needs, especially for some hard-to-abate sectors in the transport sector. It is not feasible to think that hydrogen can be the only way to attend the global demand for these new e-fuels. So we should be looking also on the roles of biofuels and what they can accomplish in this way forward. And this will work fine, perfectly fine for both aviation and maritime sectors, which are the most difficult and hard to abate ones. In Brazil, we have a very strong policy-making position about having life cycle analysis into the consideration for the transport sector. And one of the key issues that we are considering so far is to bring in a draft bill that will that already address the well-to-wheel as a policy for that. And by doing so, we also consider the possibility of having some mix of biofuels with the existing ones. And right now we are aiming to reach 30% of ethanol in the mixture that we have in the national for all vehicles, especially those for personal uses, such as small cars, and motorcycles, which are going to reduce even more the GHG emissions from the transportation sectors of the country. We also have some concern about the discussions that are being held in terms of the installed capacity that should be addressed to deliver all these new e-fuels global demand. This is something that we are listening very few, but it is a matter of concern because depending on the policies and how these policies are being put in place, there are many constraints that will have impacts on the installed capacity. So this is something that we should be looking more carefully if we want to bring those solutions into the table and to make them feasible, even economically, from an economic perspective. We also have about the financing. We also would like to state that we see some difficulties to get access from international financing for biofuels, for example. And this is a matter of concern since they are going to be a key product that are going to contribute to the decarbonization of those hard-to-abate sectors. And it is something that we should be looking for to change in the near future so that those investments can be scalable and so on. And just to end up with our considerations, we cannot dismiss the role of research, development, and innovation also for the technological routes that are related to bioenergy, because by doing so, we can find new solutions that can address to the challenges that energy transition will represents to the whole world. So this is something that we should not be, we should be looking for in the near term. Thank you.
Now it's working. Thank you very much. Next is Samoa.
Thank you. Just wanted to share some interesting opportunity and also some of the practices that has been done in Samoa. There are three main points we'd like to share is the competing priorities in terms of shifting to low and zero carbon fuels and competing priorities between sectors and from a small island nation, and that is sectors such as agriculture and energy. For example, in Samoa, we did a feasibility study on using coconut for biofuel. And interestingly, people prefer to have fast use of coconut, fresh coconuts, and that can be used for the tourism sector, rather than waiting for the coconut to ripen and then use it for the process of getting biofuel. And these are competing priorities, especially for the food security as well, because people prefer to have their own local delicacy of the food supply in terms of coconut. Unlocking the potential for waste to energy is another area or another space that's coming up, and upscaling the use of biogas systems at the household level is one interesting aspect that our own country is experiencing at the moment, and that is transitioning to clean cooking and generating energy from biogas through and not only that, but using biogas systems as an on-site waste management tool. But at the same time, looking at ways where we can compress biogas and having it bottled and transfer in, rural community areas where they can have access to clean cooking. Thirdly, we need to look at the expanding of green hydrogen and ammonia infrastructure where there's advanced technology that can coupled with regions with abundant renewable energy, and in order to bring more international collaborations and resources towards our SITs and moving and shifting towards the low carbon. Thank you.
Very much. Next is New Guinea.
Thank you very much. And I think this is an important session where we try to piece our understanding on some of the neutral approaches that we can take, especially starting with what Brazil has emphasized on the importance of globally acknowledging that some of the sectors are going to be the hardest abated sectors, and we really need to look at something that can work for the rest of the world, especially where some developing countries like PNG for us We have 22 provinces in Papua New Guinea, and 16 of those provinces, their entire electricity depends on fossil fuel. From the generation that comes from a fossil fuel powered generator. And when you look at the reliance of fuel in my country, it's currently right now it's a high priority. And recently we had to declare a state of emergency over the use of fossil fuel because we have a monopoly where there's only one company who's responsible for the supply and demand of fossil fuel in PNG, and they entirely control how the entire sectors are in terms of consumption. So for us, looking at what we have in terms of pursuing a low or zero carbon fuels, and what took a very interesting turn for me this morning was the presentation by Aramco on e-fuels and the use of hydrogen as well. And for PNG, we're exploring a lot of opportunities on how we can aggressively transition because we have a very ambitious renewable energy targets to ensure that 78% of the electricity that goes to the main grid has to come from renewable energy sources. And we have a huge problem generating energy from renewable energy sources in PNG due to a lot of factors in which I won't go into detail. But when we talk about shifting to low or zero carbon fuels, we've got a lot of good examples from countries around the room, and I know most of them won't come out and say it specifically, but within the region close to us, Fiji has some good policy approaches to biofuel. Indonesia, they're very big on sustainable aviation fuel and biofuel as well. Australia and a number of our countries in the region. So for us, it would be useful, especially South-South cooperation, to have regional frameworks on shifting to low or zero carbon fuels, because when you look at the maritime and the aviation industry, those are very critical to trade for the region. And for us, renewable energy technology, we cannot continuously attend every global forum and demand for technology that there's no predictability in the mere scaling up and deployment to developing countries. So we really have to look at something that is going to be available to us in the interim. And along the same lines as the good work that is being done by the International Civil Aviation Association, ICAO has done a tremendous job, not only in certifying the first batch of sustainable aviation fuel, but also ensuring that the biofuel that most of the current aircrafts running on Jet A1 and Jet A2 fuel, their engines are compatible enough to also take in that. And a good example in our region was the arrival of the A350-900 series aircraft in Fiji. That was an aircraft that was also powered by biofuel. And if you look at it, I really like the presentation done by Aramco this morning. And although the presenter didn't have sufficient time to go into detail with his presentation, I believe along the lines with critical materials, we need to have a separate session on this so that we need to pursue this, because this is going to be very important for developing countries. We're very big, PNG is very big on hydrocarbon extraction and sale as well, and we have existing infrastructure, and if there are available scientific evidence and proof of using existing technology and infrastructure to produce clean or e-fuels, why not? If you look at fuel that we need to clean up and utilize, at least it's going to be available to us at the retail level. And for a geographically complicated country such as PNG, where it's going to be very difficult to move huge solar panels across, it's better to walk around with a container of clean fuel for your boat or your genset than, trying to manage a renewable energy technology. So I think the practicality of the issue in front of us, it's also significant to us. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I think, just to comment on the earlier presentation, I think everybody knows that synthetic fuels or low carbon synthetic fuels are going to be very expensive in the beginning. So to bridge this price gap, there needs to be some transitionary solutions. Those transitionary solutions, you know, there is a wide range of them. And essentially, you know, they can build on existing infrastructure. They can build on sharing the value chain, which I think, you know, the pie can be split into so many different ways where everybody can become victorious or can come out of this victorious towards the end of the day. And you can get opportunities for capacity build up in your own region as a result, using your own constraints, because the mix doesn't have to be consistent with, or the blend, if you will, that you end up with, it doesn't have to be the same as in other places. So maybe any other view or comment or reflection on the topic? United States, yes, USA.
Hello, sorry, give me 1 second. Yeah, so just to kind of elaborate a little bit on some of the things that have been discussed. First of all, agree on the point on life cycle analysis. I think it's really important, and that goes together with the idea of the no silver bullet. In a lot of cases, there's really interesting ideas and things that are being researched and piloted and also exist now on a lot of different areas. Biofuels, hydrogen's been discussed, synthetic fuels, carbon capture with synthetic fuel production. And in some ways, we just don't know at this point what's going to be the thing that really unlocks this. And it could be everything in some different ways. But again, the life cycle analysis and being able to compare like to like is really important. So one point that I'd like to bring up is there is a difference between, this is more of a hydrogen issue, a net zero GHG and net zero carbon fuel, zero carbon, zero GHG, and that hydrogen, when it leaks, does cause methane to be longer in the atmosphere. So that's something that needs to be considered in life cycle analysis, which often is not thought of. But going on that, like on the other side of hydrogen, the US is really trying to invest a lot in this technology. And as part of the Inflation Reduction Act, which I realize we keep talking about, the US recently announced these hydrogen hubs in 7 different places across the United States for $7 billion to start producing hydrogen, basically putting the supply out there and to try and drive demand. And so drive demand in terms of industry, but also in terms of shipping and longer term transport. And so the hope is that with this work and trying to drive demand here, we start building the production, building the industry, and bringing prices down globally. So there's a bunch of different examples of research and development activities that the US is doing in other areas of fuels. We have a lot of work at our National Renewable Energy Laboratory that's working on sustainable aviation fuel. Also recently, back in January, our Department of Energy announced $118 million of funding for research in sustainable biofuels for manufacturing and transportation. And again, the goal for all of these is to find something that works, but then be able to scale it and bring down prices globally. So I think there's a lot of opportunities as well for research collaboration. Our national labs have lots of different collaborations with different countries, realizing that different fuels may work better in different country contexts. So I think there's lots of important opportunities now for research collaboration, scaling that up to deployment collaboration, but keeping an open mind and considering life cycle analysis is kind of the key points. So thanks.
Thank you. Right. Other thoughts, reflections, comments? Sankits? Sankits and Nevis?
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, Sir Nevis. We're a country that is dependent on fossil fuel, and at this time we're looking to transition to geothermal. And transition into geothermal, we want to adopt the new technology of hydrogen production. But as it stands right now, since it's an emerging technology, what avenues are out there for us to source funding to begin a hydrogen plant? And in terms of collaboration with research countries, how do we go about accessing those research capabilities? And for the hydrogen production, is it possible now that emerging countries who want to get into hydrogen can be used as pilot projects to help push hydrogen, as mentioned by the USA, that they have done research on it and have been pumping resources into it? Do those resources go overseas or it stays in the US only? You missed me?
Do you want to maybe comment on that?
Yeah, so these particular hubs are all in the US, but again, the goal is to try and have these be available globally. And so I think that domestically there's opportunities for research partners and things, but the point is not to have hydrogen that only works in the US. That doesn't make sense. The point is to reduce emissions globally and have it in a way that if this works, which we hope it does, but it's unproven technology at this point, but there's lots of research and effort going into it. And the point is really to be able to unlock the technology in the way that makes it accessible globally. So I think the initial funding here is certainly concentrated in U.S. research and development, but it's public-private sector, so we don't know exactly what the off-takers are going to be. I assume initially it will be mostly U.S. domestic because the price is probably going to be high. But I hope over time, and the goal of this over time is to, again, bring the prices down, bring it to a point where it could be something that is used globally, that technology could be exported globally, hydrogen could be exported, prices can go down. That's the idea of these. It's supposed to scale.
We have Yemen.
Thank you for the opportunity to share. I am Salman Al-Abd from Yemen. I have few points here to note. First point is the integration, or let's say between the four parts today, from the energy efficiency, shifting to low carbon, electrifying. Some point has been mentioned across all fours that show how the approach to climate change or to reach low carbon needs to be holistic and it's integrated parts. We cannot just focus on only one thing and so on. The other thing I think in terms of shifting to low or zero carbon fuels, here I bear the specific country example because countries differ from their natural resources and their valuable resources. So which fuel available in one country, it's not available in another country. So here encourage each country to use its available natural resources. Other thing is the building capacity. In the developing country, they may have the resources for, like say, the biomass fuel or hydrogen, but they don't have the technology and the training, the proper training. So we need that. And also we have a specific example in Yemen. The price of petrol is very high compared to the price of gas, of natural gas. So people start on their own converting their cars to gas. They convert. So that shows that if there is the right situation, the right people will change by themselves. So if there is a finance subsidies to the people to change from high high carbon fuels to low or zero carbon fuels, people will change. The final point in this regard is the diversification of energy sources. My colleague has mentioned a lot of different low carbon fuels. So this diversification offer even if it's not that efficient at that time, but it can offer some way. What I can call is we have a different route. If some fail, we can go to other resources till the most confident resource fuel will become cheaper, as was shared by Aramco previous for the synthetic fuels. Right now is not cheap, but we can utilize the biomass and others till this good synthetic fuels become cheap to that point. I think that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yemen. I would like to comment on the point that St. Kitts and Nevis made earlier about geothermal and from geothermal to hydrogen production, because this has been, I think, a point of quite extensive discussion in the island context, not only in the Caribbean, but also in the Pacific. And there are a lot of discussions, especially those countries having geothermal resources. And because of the limited market size, obviously, it makes a much stronger business case if it's converted to, also some part of it is converted to hydrogen and then exported. But I think there are a lot of ambitions around that, but I think the countries and the regions should consider really what hydrogen means for their countries. That's to support them. Currently, for instance, in the Pacific region, we are working with the Pacific community to develop a roadmap for hydrogen development in the Pacific region. So it will give a much clearer perspective into hydrogen development and what it means, what it doesn't. For the countries, for small islands in different regions. We are looking for additional interventions, and we have Papua New Guinea.
Thank you, Irina. And maybe this comment is very specific to the work of Irina on anything to do with shifting to low or zero carbon fuels. I think for the Pacific region, and specifically speaking on behalf of PNG, we're in the process of developing our energy transition plan, but because of the domestic and economic circumstances in our country, our current national energy policy promotes the use of all forms of energy, both renewable and non-renewable. And I think for the region, it would be beneficial to undertake a study that looks at energy transition inclusive of the sustainable extraction and use of critical metals and minerals versus a case study as well on shifting to low or zero carbon fuels, especially synthetic fuels, analyzing the existing infrastructure, fossil fuel infrastructure that our regions currently have and their ability to transition. I think the bottom line is we don't want to find ourselves 20 years down the line with stranded assets and most of our countries being used as a dumping ground for used technology. So I think for us, and again, I would repeat, I really appreciate the presentation in the morning by Aramco, because when we were working on our electric vehicle policy 5 years ago with CTCN, the first question that a lot of fossil fuel industries, especially the service station providers, they asked CTCN was what will happen to them with regards to the transition in the technology and the resources that they provide. And I think for us, it's a question of the global mass production of synthesis fuel, and also how to utilize the current and the existing infrastructure that we have in our country in terms of the importation and supply of fuel. Because, I mean, apart from renewable energy, fuel is more accessible by even the most illiterate people that they don't need a specific guidance on how to use fuel for consumption on a daily basis. And it's made available to them at the retail level, in which a lot of renewable energy technology is not available at that space. So it would be great for IRENA to consider probably regional assessments, because the transition for us, and also looking at synthetic fuel, it's very important, because instead of being left with stranded assets in developing countries, we can utilize that to also deploy, distribute, and access and consume clean fuel. And I would conclude by reflecting on a point made by the United States in the morning, especially with regards to electric vehicle. It doesn't benefit any country if you're going to be charging your vehicle from a charging station, maybe in my country, using electricity that has been generated from a non-renewable source. It just doesn't make sense. Thank you.
Brazil? Sorry, I missed Panama first. Sorry.
No problem. I wanted to mention that in Panama we had energy transition agenda trying to shift the energy sector towards more efficient and renewable, and also it involves electromobility. But when it comes to green hydrogen, it is very important. We have a roadmap for the development of green hydrogen in the country, because it represents a great opportunity for us. We provide bunkering service, and shifting that towards green hydrogen will be something very good for us. But when we go for green hydrogen, the key word here is green. And that is very important to make sure that we're producing energy that is actually clean. And in that regard, it's important to have standards and verification that this hydrogen is actually green, to make sure we are achieving the purpose of reducing emissions. And also, it's very important to consider resilience and the capacity of the power production to supply the demand that will require the production of this hydrogen, because in our case we have a very green and renewable energy generation matrix. However, in seasons where there's no rainfall, we change that completely. In a good year, 80% of our electricity is renewable. But last year, or in 2019, it was 55%. Why? Simply because there's no rain, and great part of our production comes from hydropower. So if we rely on this green matrix to produce green hydrogen, what happens when climate change the situation? We don't have rainfall, and we can't produce as much hydropower as we expected. Then the whole planning of having green hydrogen might change. So it's important to make sure that the grid and the power sector is resilient and can produce renewable energy, even though the conditions will change. And that having that in consideration when you're considering green hydrogen. Also, it's very important to coordinate the efforts globally for green hydrogen, because we have a lot of interest in providing green hydrogen. I know Chile also has a lot of initiatives in that regard. But then again, we're talking about the supply of green hydrogen. We need to match that with the demand for green hydrogen, and they both have to go hand in hand, because if you have an oversupply of green hydrogen, then the numbers will not close and the investments will not be as effective as you expected. And if the other way around, then you invested in a lot of equipments that will use green hydrogen, but if you don't have the supply, then again you're in trouble. So it's important that the whole system is coordinated to make sure there's enough supply and demand, and they all come together basically in line to make sure this works out. Thank you.
We have Brazil.
Thank you again. Just to echo some of the discussions that were posed here about diversity and how we should be thinking of diversifying the possible routes of producing hydrogen. I just would like to share Brazil experience, recent experience on producing hydrogen from ethanol. And it's on a pilot stage right now, and it can be an opportunity, for example, for using it for decarbonizing buses in Brazil that are circling right now in our main cities. So we do see a lot of opportunities. We have tested those, a prototype in a vehicle, a small car from Toyota, and we do believe that this is something that can be that can scale up depending on the right efforts on research, development, and innovation that are necessary. Talking about the global demand for hydrogen, one of the key aspects that I mentioned earlier is the need to know which are going to be the global demand for that. Nowadays, we still have some off-taker crisis for hydrogen. We know that the transport sector is the more promising one due to the international commitments that are now set. But we do believe that those efforts for knowing which are going to be the rhythm of investments, it's quite necessary for countries prepare their policies and also to have the room made for those investments to come. In Brazil, for example, we have done some exercises talking about which are going to be the impacts in our energy system if we consider the country to address 5% of the global demand for hydrogen. And we are talking about doubling the existing installed capacity. This is quite a lot. This is something that we should be thinking about when thinking about energy transition, because the impacts of those energy infrastructure in the landscapes are not few. So we should be discussing and thinking more intensively on how we can leverage, and that's why the diversity means that we should be, it is one of the key issues that we are looking for. So another aspect that we would like to share is that these efforts on having hydrogen on buses are going to be shared pretty soon. And by investing on such facilitating access actually to research and development funds are quite necessary, even for developing countries. So we don't want just to be receptors of the technology that comes from other countries. We have local capacities to have these new discoveries coming up and bringing new solutions to the world, which can be feasible for some contexts. For others, it will not make that much sense, but it's a way to diversify the options that the world will need to consider. Thank you.
I'll pick up on the diversification point as well in relation to hydrogen. So everybody, I guess, knows that hydrogen demand is going to grow multifold, quite significantly. And I think currently the plans, the projects with final investment decisions that will result in some production of hydrogen are not sufficient to meet the demand in the future. So what that really means is that different shades, if you will, of hydrogen will have to play a role. Personally, I'm not a big fan of colors when it comes to hydrogen. I prefer to talk about hydrogen from a carbon intensity reduction potential rather than the color of the hydrogen. So opportunities where hydrogen, hydrogen production using conventional technologies will play a part, especially when that is coupled with carbon capture. Now, this is a great opportunity because there is huge capacity for carbon sequestration around the world. And essentially, the hydrogen that is going to be produced will certainly be, in that sense, once you take care of the carbon, it will be, as we refer to, as green hydrogen. So in a nutshell, for us to address this supply-demand gap and make sure that we have CO2 reductions as we go, all hydrogen or all forms of hydrogen, regardless of their carbon intensity, can play a role, and that will have a different fit, between various locations. One other technology that I feel maybe that was not touched on throughout the day is hydrogen internal combustion engines. I talked early on about the opportunity for leveraging existing assets when it comes to refinery infrastructures and retrofitting and so on and so forth, and even co-processing of some feedstocks along with some renewable products. Hydrogen internal combustion engine has the opportunity to extend the life of internal combustion in the sense that you keep the engine and you change the fuel. The nice thing about that is that it will, of course, hydrogen is a zero carbon fuel, and the beauty of that compared to a fuel cell is that the purity of hydrogen is not a big factor compared to a fuel cell that can be poisoned if you don't get the right purity when it comes to hydrogen. And so H2ICE, or hydrogen internal combustion engine powered platform, can enable the continued use of existing infrastructure when it comes to engines, and while at the same time resulting in significant reduction in CO2 emissions. And that's a technology that, again, leveraging existing assets, leveraging existing manufacturing infrastructure around the world by various players, that has the opportunity to result in immediate CO2 reductions while basically using existing infrastructure or existing engines. Keep the engine, change the fuel, essentially. So that's another thought that is probably worth considering. And it has a big fit, or a very good fit, when it comes to heavy-duty type applications for those types of engines, where those engines can be retrofitted in a way with some modifications by the OEMs to make sure that they run on these kinds of low, very, or zero carbon fuel in this case. Ammonia engines, Toyota has also talked about ammonia engines, where you can basically take ammonia and run it in the engine. So the engine by itself is not the problem, it's the fuel. So if you change the fuel, and I talked earlier in my presentation, I talked about the fact that we're immediately jumping into the solution of changing the propulsion system, but we also need to consider changes to the fuel that powers that propulsion system as well, because you will have different fits and different opportunities that will have immediate and lasting impact on greenhouse gas emissions.
Mauritania.
Thank you very much. I think I have shared earlier and today our strategy about green hydrogen. But I wanted to come back for another project that we have developed, which is a LNG project, which is world-class, actually, and production will start in about a couple of months with Senegal. This is a 15 TCF project of natural gas. And in the next 2-3 months, probably we're going to start with the phase one would be 2.3 million ton per annum, and then from there it will move. But we talk about mitigation. The only thing I hear here is CO2. But our biggest problem is methane. Nobody have mentioned about methane. I mean, isn't it part of the GSGI? Our inventory, we go for methane. And you know that for livestock, our biggest emission in our inventory, 69% come from livestock. Methane, not CO2. I mean, the energy, for the energy sector, it's around 28. Waste, less than 1%. Industries, less than 1%. But I haven't heard anybody, I mean, is this like taboo or? I haven't heard anybody mention, and I know the US, some of their companies are the biggest 300,000 ton of methane, and I know that the US government have lobbied to create, a kind of club for people, countries to join them to fight against methane production. So luckily, with this new project, BP, and I wanted to mention also BP because British Petroleum is the one pretty much taking care of this LNG project between Senegal and Mauritania. And that's why they want to invest themselves on this green hydrogen project. And we have more than 30 gigawatt, hopefully, that will come along later on. And then we have others, the Germans, Total Energy. I mean, there are so many. We have signed more than 4 MOU for that. And the most encouraging is probably by 2028, maybe. We'll see. But I just wanted to address that for the methane part of it, and we haven't heard. So for the GTA, which is the project between Mauritania and Senegal, I happened to assist to one of the meeting, and now the idea is to go for net zero or near zero flaring, so no flaring pretty much for the new project. People who produced gas before, well, kind of like it's okay, they can keep going what they're doing, but for the newcomers, we will have to do projects that are like maybe near or net zero emission. So thank you for addressing that.
Thank you very much. Wes?
Okay. I just kind of want to respond to some of the ideas we heard about ammonia cars and hydrogen cars. I think that from our perspective, that those are probably among the least likely uses of hydrogen. In that, first of all, again, going back to kind of global and life cycle analysis type of things, again, the leak issue for hydrogen internal combustion engine cars becomes a serious problem because, again, hydrogen is the smallest molecule. So think of how much trouble we have on methane leaks. We'll have more with hydrogen leaks. And then I think another thing that's interesting to kind of think about and consider in the life cycle analysis perspective and from ammonia and other things, NOx emissions do come from combustion of even hydrogen because the NOx itself, which is an air pollutant that makes ozone, which is a huge problem for public health, actually any high temperature combustion will produce this because the air that we breathe is 70% nitrogen. When you do combustion of any high temperature, it's going to produce NOx. So that's an issue as well, which can be exacerbated by having this type of ammonia cars or hydrogen that's kind of not necessarily dealt with. So again, I think we really are pro kind of considering all of the aspects, not just the carbon. The methane, as was discussed, is very important, and thinking from a all GHG air pollution and climate perspective, I think is really critical when thinking about synthetic fuels and what makes sense where.
Thank you very much. We have two countries, Burkina Faso and Japan, and 7 minutes. So.
Okay, thank you very much. To reduce carbon emission or achieve net zero carbon, solar energy can be a great opportunity. And the government of Burkina Faso is encouraging the private sector by reducing tax of the export of solar equipment. Added to this is the promotion of energy efficiency in the transport and housing sector and sustainable energy production and consumption. And in its low carbon strategy for 2050, Burkina Faso intends to increase the share of renewable energy in energy production from less than 20% in 2020 to more than 90% in 2050. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Japan?
Yes, so we believe that pursuing wide range of technology options, including hydrogen, e-fuels, and biofuels, is very important. And regarding to hydrogen, adding on to some aspect of the use of hydrogen, fuel cell vehicles, FCB, have the advantage of a long driving range and short fueling time. So demands for FCBs is expected to expand in commercial vehicles such as trucks and buses. So Japan is strategically promoting the widespread of FCBs through support of demonstrations of FCB trucks. And the governments are also expanding subsidies for large-scale hydrogen refueling stations, as well as support for the development of technology that can safely shorten fueling times. And currently, Japan have approximately 180 hydrogen refueling stations right now. And regarding to the e-fuels, e-fuels can utilize existing infrastructure and internal combustion engines, so it has a large potential to reduce emissions in vehicle stocks, which is more than 15 times than the new sales vehicles globally. However, we acknowledge some issues around the e-fuels, including raising awareness of e-fuels, reducing costs through R&Ds, promoting demonstrations, creating demand, and establishing international frameworks for robust CO2 accounting and certification for e-fuels. So in light of these issues, we know that countries around the world is developing projects to expand production of e-fuels capacity, and Japan is also promoting technological development for establishing highly efficient large-scale production process through a national fund called Green Innovation Fund. And we are also deepening international cooperation with other countries as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. Germany?
Thank you very much, and apologies for being so late, and I try to be very brief. Just some points on the fuel change. I think what is of utter importance is that we're looking into electrification and looking into, but also looking into all the measures that we can have and have at hand right now, knowing that electrification will not be available in all sectors at the same speed, especially looking at aviation and shipping, for example. That brings me, but then to the feasibility, the sustainability of shifting to low or zero carbon fuels. For example, just let me pick two of them. For example, compressed natural gas, which we don't think as one feasible, even part-time solution, as it has as much as an as high carbon factor than other fossil fuels. So we don't think that this is a part of a solution. And we also have to look into the environmental impacts of alternative fuels, especially. And because, as it was mentioned, looking into hydrogen, especially in combustion engines, we have to look at the efficiency. We just had the session on the efficiency, and I think that would be a ridiculous use of hydrogen in a combustion engine, given the amount of energy you need to produce it, and also given what we heard on another point on what we heard on methane. I think we think also it is very crucial to think and look into non-CO2 gases, because they could have mitigating them could have a direct cooling effect, and that should be in the focus as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other interventions? We have just a minute left to close the session. And if not, then I would like to thank you all, I think, for this great discussion, great contributions you have made. We have taken note of all contributions, and hopefully we'll produce a report for presentation tomorrow morning out of these consultations in 4 different groups. Thank you very much.
For the IFE.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Last session of the day. We can do this. We can take it to the end. We've had really interesting conversations in the last 3 sessions with in the different rooms. It's been very interesting for us to walk around. At least we got to walk around. You didn't. So you're welcome to walk around in the room while we are having these conversations if you want to. But great to have all of you here. We've had some very interesting discussions in the other room around all the challenges and the barriers, but also some very interesting opportunities around adoption of electrification of vehicles, both buses and in private cars. We've had discussions around financing issues, regulations, industrial policies. We've had some interesting conversations around entrepreneurship opportunities that have come in from different countries. Countries have shared their best practices on some of the initiatives that they are taking. And there is a lot of consensus around the fact that each country has its unique geographical the whole financial context. The contexts of different countries are different, and they are taking pathways that align well more with their own contexts. It is some countries have highlighted challenges with industrial transformation. We were looking at countries which are manufacturing cars and what's happening there. We are looking at countries which are struggling with waste recycling. We have so different aspects of the whole energy transition around electrification have been highlighted. So it's interesting to add more to that body of knowledge that we've developed. Some of you were also involved in the discussions that we had in the morning around the first question at the cafe session, and if you're welcome to take up from there, or there are other issues that you want to put on the table around any of the questions that you see up on the board or more. So you're welcome to start. We also have some online participants, but we'll leave those questions for the later. Anybody wants to volunteer to start? Yes. I know we are between you and the dinner, but you don't get dinner if you don't talk. So work for your dinner, guys. Brazil.
I want everyone to go to dinner. So.
Thank you.
Well, some ice breaking. The main contributions that I want to bring to this round table is about what not to do. And I remember, Anvita, from your presentation earlier, that you have mentioned many of the key aspects that we should avoid when thinking about electrification of vehicles. And in Brazil, we are doing, unfortunately, the right opposite of it. Because of we have some decentralized public policies, decisions in the countries, and from the subnational level perspective, when they are not connected to the national goals or the national ambitions, this might be a nightmare. And I think this can be an issue of concern of many other countries as well, thinking about how they organize themselves. But for example, in Brazil, some states are offering free taxes for electric vehicles, for example. So they don't have to pay the annual taxes for moving. And we have now 10 states doing that. And of course, we know that those efforts in terms of willingness to pay is from people or the part of the population that has more income and conditions to afford for this new technology. And going even further, we have the most weird policy taking place, which is related to the rotation system that we have in very populated cities, such as São Paulo. So from depending on the day of the week, the cars ending with the number should not go into the streets. So electric vehicles are not into this rule. So it means that we are crowding up the cities with electric vehicles, increasing traffic jams, and again, increasing the exclusiveness from those people that depends on public transportation to go from one place to another in a big city such as São Paulo. So we have a lot of examples of what not to do. And this is something that we do believe that the lack of a national policy that address these from the very, very careful perspective that it should be taken into consideration, this is something that will unfortunately take place in other contexts as well. So one of the things that we also, to revert this situation, the government is working on some studies and to drive some national policies considering sector coupling. We do know that we have a long way to go in terms of sectoral planning for some infrastructures, especially in cities. Even for Brazil, which is a country that relies many of its fuel consumption on biofuels, we do see room for electrification of vehicles, but we see them in very specific conditions. For example, public transportation and some special, for delivering products in homes and in households and some aspects. And one of the things that we would like to say is that we have some interventions come into some cities in Brazil that are not connected to this broader perspective that a national policy usually offers. So it is bringing a lot of confusion for those stakeholders, especially because in Brazil, for having buses as a public transportation, it is a public service, so it depends on an authorization from the government, and to do so, it usually pays a rent to the government and so on. So what we are seeing is that some intervention from multilateral banks are not considering this. They are going into the cities to offer these, oh, I have the money, do you want to change your existing freight for electric buses? And they say yes because they feel like, oh, I'm going green. And then they don't have the political support to do all the transformations and adaptations that are needed to these cases. So we have extra amounts of unsuccessful initiatives that will unfortunately comes into higher costs to the final consumer, and that sense and feeling that nothing works in developing a country such as Brazil. So we do believe that more efforts are needed in order to bring those interactions with subnational levels from the federal government with state level and also with municipalities to have a broader discussion on this, because for some cases it might make sense, but it depends on coordinated efforts to have success and to reduce the average cost for the final consumer and the whole population as for some cities. Just my 2 cents.
Thank you very much. I think there are very key points to bring back on the table, that climate financing or public sector financing, if it is driven towards, subsidizing private car ownership, is not really the best solution for developing countries. And a car is a car is a car, so it still causes congestion for the buses or the people who are trying to walk, cycle, and go into public transport. And it comes at a cost of, because resources are limited, sometimes providing mass mobility, and that would have been much more sustainable. So again, having more clarity on the context and where climate financing in the name of being green is being diverted, it has to be very context specific to each country. So thank you for bringing that point back to the table. Question from Papua New Guinea.
Thank you. And just to highlight a few points complementing what has been discussed prior. The first one, when we talk about the electrification of vehicles, one of the most important things to consider across the board for all the countries in the room is what it means to have consistent and constant electricity and power supply. And I think for most of the countries, including PNG, electricity supply at the constant level is very important for us, especially when we talk about the charging stations and the availability of reliable electricity for electric vehicles, and not only having the constant and reliable electricity supply, but also the infrastructure and where the energy source producing the electricity is coming from. It would be better to also consider that we restrict the electricity supply for all the electric vehicle charging stations to be from renewable energy sources. It really won't serve us any global purpose if we deploy charging stations to grids that are fed by non-renewable energy sources. It won't achieve anything for us. And also one of the most important things when we talk about the electrification of vehicles is the type of electric vehicles being produced by the manufacturing industries. For a lot of countries, especially for PNG, where we have a lot of geographical terrains, there are certain type of EVs that we haven't seen out of the market yet, and it's a challenge for the manufacturing industries like Tesla to also consider that you need to put out electric vehicles that are compatible for rugged terrains like my country as well. And also the durability of the electric vehicle batteries and how long can it take for an electrical vehicle battery to last that would be compatible with the combustion engines of the current fossil fueled vehicles that we have. And finally, to conclude, I think the most important thing to consider as well when we talk about electrification of vehicles globally, it provides opportunity for reforms in policies and legislations, and to push governments to have the political will to introduce the necessary infrastructure, or also consider using and assessing the current infrastructure within countries and how they can assist in the transition. And one thing which is very important is the coordination with the private sector, especially the car dealers and the service stations, because the sustainability of any type of vehicle, whether it's electric or any vehicle using synthetic fuel, it will come down to the role of the vehicle dealers in our countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we should make it like an entry barrier. Electrify only if your grid is clean. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, but getting the private sector in, that's a conversation we've had earlier also with, the business owners also coming into the middle that make us a part of the regulatory space also so that we can deliver feasible solutions. We have an intervention from Panama.
Thank you. I just want to mention that, well, in Panama, we developed a strategy for electromobility, and it was an effort of the whole country with support of international organizations. But in the development of the strategy, we involved the academia, the private sector, the financial sector, try to make sure that this strategy has all the points of view of different actors, and it's something that actually reflects what the country wants and how to get there. And after developing the strategy, we created a interinstitutional committee that involves all these actors in the decision making of certain projects, and also to make sure that each part reports the progress and what they are doing in order to achieve the goals of the strategy. And this is very important because it allows to get more information and understand where we are in terms of the goals that we have set. Also, we develop a law to provide incentives that really is not that many incentives that we're providing, but it's something, and it also signals the way where we want to go. But the most important thing of this law is that it sets quotas of vehicle penetrations for different actors, like the government fleet. Certain percentage has to be electric by 2025, by 2030. The same thing with buses. And that's very important, not only because it pushes each part to meet this quota, but also because it helps each part to kind of seek support. Now you have a legal and a regulatory backup that also helps you to get access to that support. Also, it's very important to mention that we were able to have 2 pilot projects with buses, with electrical buses, and the vehicles were lent by the private sector, just so we can test them and see how they run in our own condition, in our context, with our drivers, the way they drive, and understand how this technology will behave. And we support with CTCN, we were able to actually research detailed these pilot projects to get data on how is the acceleration, the stops, everything, to understand which routes were better fit for electric vehicles, and that gave us opportunity to say, okay, in these routes will be the first ones to be electrified. Also, we have been part of regional projects because we're a small country, and usually when you're seeking support and going for grants, being small, it's complicated because it's not really that ambitious sometimes, they think, and it's not that attractive. So we've been part with different countries in 3 projects, regional projects, 2 of them seeking to provide financial support for electrification on buses and also for the fleet for the government sector. And they have been very supportive, and they have provided a lot of help. And also now we have available some financial lines to change the buses. And with that project, we are going to change 55 buses. That for Panama, that's a lot. And it will, again, keep us going in the right direction. Also, it's very important to mention that there are some challenges. The incentives, everybody wants the incentives, but as part of the government, it's not easy to provide incentives because it's hard to explain and justify how you are going to incentivize the purchase of a vehicle that costs $50,000, $60,000 when there's people that need education, health, and when there's people without a house that costs essentially basically that. It's very difficult to provide incentives for that. And in that regard, the incentives we consider must be focused on the public transportation because a lot more people will be benefited from that. Another of the challenges is that when we involve all the parts and we talk about incentives, everybody's happy, everybody's on board, but hardly we talk about taxation of those vehicles that we do not want running on our streets. And basically because it's not talk, it's not done anything, and again, that creates another level competition for electrical vehicles. One of the challenges is definitely the cost structure for the tariff for the bus is highly subsidized in Panama. So the subsidize is based on the cost of the fuel. Now that it's electric and the operational cost is low, we have to change completely the structure, and that's a challenge. Also, the cost of vehicles in general for general public are still very elevated, and the availability of vehicles is not that much. And again, the ones available, most of them are from a country that usually we didn't see with as a car manufacturer, and all of a sudden has a lot of different cars available. But usually the public user wants the brands that he's used to know and they are reliable. Again, banking support, without us pretty much doing much in that part, just involving them in the process of developing strategies. We have a couple of banks that have already created specific lines for electric vehicles for the private sector, which shows that the private sector is there and they want to be part of this transition. And again, there are some challenges yet to surpass. Like I was mentioned early in the morning, like purchasing a vehicle if you live in an apartment building is very difficult to install the charging structure. The permits and the whole structure is very difficult. And for public chargers, then the electrical regulation has to be modified to allow a different actor to sell and charge for the electricity, not only the distribution companies. So those are kind of the challenges that we're facing. But again, I think the private sector, the academia, and basically everybody's on board. The main difficulty, I think, is make sure we start cutting incentives on internal combustion engines on fossil fuels. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think the pilot projects showcasing these successful things and those establishing credibility for the energy transition have come up again and again, and that has been interesting. And thank you for highlighting several of the issues that have been raised. We have Germany next.
Thank you very much, and I'm trying to be brief. Maybe also reacting to what was said. I think we said that in the other groups as well. What we need is a holistic approach on how we transform, especially transportation, also in line with, of course, the needs for mitigation in this critical decade, and with all the other elements that we need on mitigation in all the other sectors. And that also means that we have to intensify electrification as soon as possible and as feasible and as vicious as possible. Especially because that was said before, electric cars are usually also then less carbon intensive than combustion engines, even if the grid, even if the power system is not predominantly run on renewable energies. And we should make use of this efficiency gains, and especially on the mitigation gains now, because there's basically no time for a consecutive approach anymore. And because the technologies are there, and if you want the shift in transportation, and if you want the costs to go down everywhere, we need to have a global market push on that. And we have the front runners, we had the first movers, we had the second movers, and I think the incentives for them was a good thing, because, and we talked about that in the other rooms as well, behavioral change is of the essence as well. Here, people have to adapt. They have to adapt their behavior, and they have to realize that it is actually working, and that we had. And talking on incentives, and we had this on the collective mobility as well, it does not necessarily mean that you have to incentivize private cars, but you need something on that for first movers. You need it probably for building the charging infrastructure. As in the EU, we are having now regulations in place to build charging and to make it obligatory for new built housing, parking lots, to have charging infrastructure, to make it obligatory, and on highways to have a charging infrastructure, just to give the people the possibility that it is done and that it can be done. Yes, and the other major thing that we have to look into is the regulations, not only on the national government level, but also on the sub-governmental levels, incentivizing the infrastructure, the use of electrification on a city level, for example, and also highlighting the benefits that you get from electrification that are not just mitigation, that has a lot of health benefits, for example, lesser pollution, and I think most of this was said already. And just to give the example, what we are striving for in the EU is, as the IA says, 60% of electric cars needs to be 60% of car sales needs to be electric by, I think it's 2035. We are striving for 55% of electric new cars being electric in 2030, going 100% in 2035, and also trying to mobilize a lot of international cooperation through the Global Gateway, building infrastructure together with other countries that need, or in other countries that need, that are in need of support on that. Maybe I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we hear from Cook Islands.
Oh, thank you for that. Actually, my friend from Germany just about answered everything. I was just, we're in a sort of unique position. We've only got 32 kilometres of State Highway 1 around the island, so a charge, we could charge the car at home, drive twice around the island on most charges. So, and we do have fuel. We still have a diesel generator that generates part of our load, but one of the other thing is the power supply authority want to get as much, because it's an SOE, they want to keep their fingers on as much power generation that they can. But I was just telling someone today that one of the best examples of how this could work on for a private enterprise or a personal thing is a renewable garage, a renewable energy garage where you park your car underneath it. It's got the solar panels, it's got the battery, and basically they sell them as kits. And this has been tested by one of the resort owners, who also rents his 4 electric vehicles. So, and he also runs his washing machines for his resort and other things, but that's totally off the grid, and it works. So these things will be charging around the island. So it just is, you know, we've just got to think a bit more laterally and about this. And I was just going to ask somebody, you know, about, because we pay about 90 cents a kilowatt, which is, I don't know what that's like in relation to other countries, but it certainly does hurt your pocket for electricity. So that was one of the things that he highlighted. It was, regardless of whether we go for, if we change to electric vehicles, it's still going to be a lower CO2 for the country. So yeah, that's another plus. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. We hear from Bhutan next. Yeah.
I mean, I agree with all the interventions and the solutions that were proposed. I just wanted to share an experience from Bhutan. So recently, we had a pilot project of having 300 electric taxis or cabs fleet in the country, and this project was funded by the GEF and supported by UNDP, and it was quite successful. And I would say that with this pilot project now, we have this morning we heard about the S curve, and I believe that we have reached this inflection point where now it's about the sustainability and scaling up of the EV. And in the case of Bhutan, as I said in the previous sessions also, I would just repeat this for, our experts are different right now. So in the case of Bhutan, electrification is 100% by renewable energy, that's hydropower. And when it comes to the transport fleet, vehicles are all imported. We do not have any manufacturing in the country. And in terms of petroleum fuels, we have to depend on 100% on import. So it makes a lot of sense for Bhutan. It's inevitable, or it's a natural choice to go for EV. Even so, I think we have this a lot of barriers to overcome, and one being, of course, the basic barrier is the affordability, the financing part. And now that I said that we have reached this inflection point, and scaling up is will be a major challenge, and I think financing will be key to having a success story in this front. And another thing I wanted to share was the issue of charging station. I mean, of course, there is the issue of battery also, but we hope that with the leading research centers and all, the battery life will be extended. We have seen a lot of improvement, and we feel that there's a positive outlook in terms of the battery, the mineral technology, and all that. But when it comes to the charging station, one of the key issues would be that the problem that we're grappling with is that charging stations, should it be considered a part of grid and then handled it like any components of the grid, or it should be treated like part of the transport fleet or the transport system, or a petrol, like how we treat petrol stations and all that. And if we have, and in terms of having a wider, I think, approach towards decarbonization of the transport sector, we cannot overlook the opportunities of hydrogen. And hydrogen, when you talk about hydrogen, I think we have talked in the previous sessions a lot on hydrogen, using hydrogen as a fuel itself, using fuel cell electric vehicles, and having green ammonia, have a usage of that. And when you bring that into the play, then we have this issue of having hydrogen fueling stations also, and then having having EVs compete with FCEVs, and then compete with hydrogen vehicles. And then we have another thing called synthetic fuels, which is also fueled by, of course, hydrogen and all. So those are some of the challenges we foresee in the future. The most immediate being the affordability, the financing part.
Thank you very much, and I think that was very useful coming from Bhutan. Samoa.
Thank you. Strongly agree with most of the discussions that's been raised. I just wanted to raise a few points with regards to electrification of vehicles. I think one of the important aspect is the safetiness of community in this transition. And it is important when we look at this transition, because there is potential of faulty equipment or part of electrification of vehicles. And for example, having a lithium-ion battery that might explode and causing fire, in public areas, and then it can cause extreme events and so forth. But also, SIDS are very vulnerable to natural disasters, so it is important to look into risk assessments of this transition, especially electrification of vehicles. There's also need to have finance, as mentioned by our colleagues, on pre-feasibility studies that can help SIDS prepare for this transition, more of like a preparedness of small island states, and taking into account the transitional ICE to electric vehicles, but also taking into account the social acceptance of our communities of this transition and the aspects that involve and the impact that it does on our small island nations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think this is the point we haven't noted yet. And it is important that the areas of the world which are prone to natural disasters, what is the resilience of grid and having electrification of vehicles, and how does it contribute to the overall reduction in vulnerability and risk assessment. So thank you very much. We have US and then Ethiopia. Yeah, they have a mic.
Okay, thank you. So I think I've mentioned this before, but in the U.S., transport is the largest share of GHG emissions at 28%. So this administration has prioritized the decarbonization of the sector by switching to zero-emission vehicles, and we are categorizing zero-emission vehicles as battery electric, plug-in hybrid, and fuel cell electric vehicles. And the Biden administration has enacted a number of executive orders aimed at speeding up the transition on ZEVs. First, we have our national goal, which is 50% of all new light duty vehicle sales will be zero emissions by 2030. And then another executive order that mandates 100% of light duty ZEVs acquisition for our federal fleet by 2027, and expanding the target to 100% to other vehicle classes by 2035. And in addition to these executive orders, we have the bipartisan infrastructure law that invests $7.5 billion to national networks of what we're predicting to be 500,000 EV chargers, so that we can make EV charging predictable and reliable. And then there's also funding for public transit agencies to acquire low emission, no emission transit buses, and we have set aside $5.6 billion in support of that program. And then we also have another program for electric school bus deployment through our Environmental Protection Agency that's providing $5 billion in support of that program. Then there's the Inflation Reduction Act that provides incentives for buyers of new and used EVs, credits to help manufacturers retool existing facilities and build new manufacturing facilities in the United States, as well as grants to deploy zero-emission heavy-duty vehicles. We have the CHIPS and Science Act to make the critical investments in building domestic capacity for semiconductors necessary for electric vehicles. And I just want to emphasize that these investments will also help accelerate the deployment. And ultimately, as like Jonathan was explaining with what we're doing with hydrogen, hopefully this is drive down the costs for the clean technologies and helping other nations like go further and faster with building their own clean energy economies. In terms of national engagements, we are making sure that we're working together with other countries to accelerate the adoption of ZEVs. So for example, we last year at COP27 joined the Global Drive to Zero, which is focusing on electrifying medium and heavy duty vehicles. And this is 100% by 2040 with an interim target of 30% zero emission vehicle sales by 2030. We also were driving through the Major Economies Forum, a ZEV Leaders Drive, which brought together our national target of at least 50% light duty vehicle sales by 2030 will be ZEVs, and then adding on the target for medium heavy duty vehicles, which is the 30% by 2030. We're working together with Mexico and Canada through the NOS platform, and this is where we can we're working to promote investment and capacity, create jobs in North America, and one of the working groups there is focusing on ZEVs. We have such a long list. And then there's the ZEV Transition Council, which is, we are the co-chair with the UK, and this is bringing together governments from the world's largest and most progressive automotive markets. And we meet to discuss on how to accelerate the pace of global transition to ZEVs. And then also there's the Zero Emission Government Fleet Declaration, which I've already mentioned, our national target, but this one is joining other governments as well. So, and I don't want to take up too much more time, but I know I've already mentioned in terms of international support, the U.S. has a number of programs where we support countries with their transitions through technical assistance and capacity building.
Thank you very much. Ben and I were just discussing that US is following the ZEV mandate instead of being technology specific. And I think that opens another kind of good practice that many countries can look at. And Ethiopia next.
Thank you. Just wanted to share some of the things that we're doing in Ethiopia and sort of where we want to go as well. So Ethiopia has a lot of challenges, but thankfully green energy generation is now one of them. Our grid is, in the case of Bhutan, similar to your case, where it is 100% green, almost not 100% green. And when it comes to sort of the transportation sector and the electrification of vehicles, a lot of our challenges actually in the for the road transport, a lot of the emissions comes from the public transport and the freight and good transport. We are a landlocked country. Manufacturing, local manufacturing has still got a ways to go. So a lot of things are imported through Djibouti. 95% of goods come through there. And only 10% of that goes through rail. So a lot of this is basically a burden on the roads. And from I think it was a colleague from Germany that mentioned taking a holistic approach. And if I can just expand on that a little bit, we had to think about from a social perspective, from an economic perspective, what makes sense, right? So transport and logistic costs goes into sometimes up to 60% of cost of goods at the end of the day. And so from an economic perspective, it's a huge thing that we need to tackle. Partly driven by the acute FX shortages that we have as a country, we spend about $4 billion annually on fuel imports. One of the things that the government did was essentially cut customs tax for electric vehicles down to zero, and to incentivize increased electric vehicles fleet. Right now, I think we have around, not sure about the exact number, but the goal is to get to 150,000 vehicles, electric vehicles of all sorts, in the next 10 years. So these are the different pockets that we're trying. But again, like we're up until this point, it's been like it has to pinch you before you change. Where okay, we can no longer afford these type of fuel imports. And so now we're taking more of a proactive approach where I work for Ethiopian Investment Holdings, which is a sovereign wealth fund, the country's sovereign wealth fund, and I lead the energy and logistics investment stream. So now we're taking proactive approach and taking deep dives into these sectors to solve our challenges when it comes to FX. So for a lot of our colleagues or just citizens in general, when we talk about climate change and things like that and adaptation and mitigation, sounds like a luxury. But when it's attached to like the real economic benefits, then we can drive behavioral change and things like that. And now we can work with our energy utilities to basically incentivize co-location of charging stations with regular fossil fuel dispensaries and things like that. So all of these things are happening. And now you see even our taxi drivers are like, you know what, I need to get an electric vehicle because it costs me 5 or 10 times as much to fuel up, whereas Ethiopia has also got cheap electricity, which is a different issue, which I'll get to in a second. It's 6 cents for households per kilowatt hour and 2 cents for businesses. And so in one sense, we have something that is ready-made to be able to roll out electric vehicles and really take care of that infrastructure. Where it's biting us on the other side is when it comes to reliability. We really need to fortify the grid to be able to take advantage of this. And even though 90% or plus, like I mentioned, is green, reliability is an issue because we just cannot cover our costs with this 6 and 2 cents. And there's political ramification for that and reasons for that, which it's not my expertise, so I'll leave that to one side. But from an investment standpoint, that has real implications for us. But I'll just wrap up with this thought is that perhaps also an invitation for potential partners. We have a green grid, we have a lot of resources, and we're ready to, and the part of the investment setup, the reason why we are set up is essentially to be partners with other countries and other institutions that are looking to either in R&D to do innovations, to co-invest together, to find solutions that can work in the local level, but also can be scaled up to the international level. So if you want to build hydrogen plants, we got a green grid. It's so these kind of examples. So I just wanted to reiterate that we are proactive and we're ready. Thank you.
Wonderful. I think that magnifies the opportunities that the countries can derive from attending meetings like this, much more than just a global transport dialogue. We have Japan next.
Yes, thank you. Japan would like to recall IPCC's sixth assessment report mentioning various measures to reduce CO2 emissions in transport sector, including not only zero emission vehicles, but also fuel efficiency and carbon neutral fuels. And in this regard, Japan believes that we should pursue various options in line with each country's respective situation and not set quantitative targets focusing on zero emission vehicle sales. Therefore, technological neutrality is very important for decarbonizing transport system. And in regards to electrification, it is very important to reduce CO2 emissions from vehicle stocks, which is more than 15 times the new vehicle sales globally, as it is also mentioned in this year's G7 summit. And in Japan, we would also like to emphasize that hybrid vehicles have made a significant contribution to CO2 emission reduction in the transport sector since 2000. Japan have set national targets to achieve 100% electrified vehicles, which also covers the hybrid vehicles, of new passenger car sales by 2035. And we also have set national targets for electrified vehicles and commercial vehicle sales as well. And so to achieve these goals, we are incentivizing the consumers by offering purchase assistance subsidies. And in addition, as for the charging infrastructures, with the aim to build convenient and sustainable charging infrastructure society, we are currently considering on deciding guidelines to promote the development of charging infrastructure, including the vision of target goals for the number of the charging infrastructure installment and a policy toward higher energy outputs. And going on for the batteries, which is also one of the important technologies to achieve electrification of vehicles, we realize the challenges such as the concentration of battery metals and some manufacturing processes in certain countries, and also the rising prices of the battery metals. And in this regard, Japan formulated its battery industry strategy last year and is comprehensively promoting the establishment of a battery and its components manufacturing infrastructure. We're also securing upstream resources and developing next generation technologies and also fostering human resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Japan. We have Mexico and the last intervention by St. Kitts and Nevis.
It's working, yes. Thank you. Well, I just want to make a few points. We realized a report on how we can have just transition to electrification vehicles, and we have two main points that I want to share with you. The first one is that for a really just transition in a manufacturing country like Mexico, we need to strengthen the semiconductor manufacturing. So we see that this is also a gap in technology terms. And we see that also it's not just in Mexico, Latin American manufacturing countries need to have this semiconductor industry. We also mapped, and this going also according with what my colleague from USA shared about the capacity building. We need to map human resources needs for the transition of electromobility, especially to promote specialized careers in the industry. And we want to focus also to promote economic incentives with public and private sectors and private funds, for the training of women, gender minorities, and people with disabilities that can be in this industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mexico, and the floor is yours, St. Kitts and Nevis.
Good evening. St. Kitts and Nevis have been looking at a policy for EV. They have had discussion to sensitize the population. In discussion with their international partners, a number of workshops were conducted between both islands to sensitize the population, to let them understand what EV is, the benefits of it. And they're working on a policy paper so that they can put the necessary measures in terms of waivers and the amount of EVs that can come into the countries, and also to try and reduce the carbon composition that we have in the island. One of the things that they have looked at is to start a pilot project. And that pilot project they want to start with is to show the effectiveness of it by rolling it out for the school system, right? So they're still in discussion to see how soon they can start a project like that, because the school system, how effective it is for the school system, I am sure others will follow along. We are a country that is mountainous, so earlier in this discussion it was mentioned that the type of road conditions, the elevation of the land may be significant in terms of the design of those vehicles. So we are looking at all those possibilities, and what we want to do is to have this in place so that when we are ready to roll out, we can roll out our charging station, and all of this will take place in mind that we are going renewable, both EV, both PV, geothermal, and wind power. So we are looking to incorporate and to get the island to 100% renewable. It's a slow process, but we're working towards it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and that was the last intervention for the day. It's been a really interesting discussion because we've had a few people in the room who, the countries already have green power, whether it's hydroelectric, it's geothermal, or different sources of green power. So it in fact makes business sense for them to move to electrification of vehicles and works better for the energy security. But we've also talked around different business models, things we should do and things we shouldn't do. We've talked about industry, we've talked about businesses, private partnerships. And when Ben has been telling me to summarize the day, I think my best summary for the day is we've really earned our dinner, Ben. And now you need to tell us where we go to have them. But thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. This has been a wonderful conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Avita. Indeed, I think we all deserve this. We all deserve this break. It was a very intense day, and another one is following. Let me first say a few words about what to expect tomorrow. Basically, exactly the same. So tomorrow at 9, you will reconvene in the plenary. There will be a short reporting back from the different breakout groups, followed again by roundtables, because remember today, very long ago, you started addressing each of you 2 questions, and 2 more are there to follow. So same setup, same procedure, then we have lunch, and then we have breakout rooms similar like today. You will reconvene here in your group with different topics, different facilitators. Now, the UAE as the host is kindly inviting all of you, all of us, including me, I hope, to a restaurant. So, this is obviously not in this building. Kaveh is not leading the pack because that didn't work before. So we are told, all of us, to go to the Four Seasons, but not enter the Four Seasons, but look out for this elevator and go down to L2. There on the left should be a restaurant called Loca, which I assume is Mexican, but I'm not sure. So we will maybe hear from you later. Yeah, good luck finding this. There should be there should be people helping you. But we saw this time for lunch that it didn't really work out. Somehow everyone was on the escalators going up and down and up and down when, yeah, the way was somewhere else. So let's try to find our way there, and then, yeah, see you either at dinner or see you tomorrow. Same setup, same procedure. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much.
And thank you. And you.